Greetings and salutations. Welcome to Potter Paradox. We are thrilled to present today's story. Harry traveled to the future and found himself as the next Dark Lord. If these stories bring joy to your day, please consider liking and subscribing. Every bit of support helps us continue this passion project. Now, prepare yourself for an amazing tale. Chapter 1, The Broken Timeline. Harry ducked as a jet of purple light smashed into the wall behind him, showering his robes with ancient plaster. The Ministry archives weren't supposed to be this exciting. Potter. On your left. Savage's gruff voice echoed through the cavernous chamber. Harry spun, wand already moving. Protego. The shield charm bloomed just in time to deflect whatever nasty curse the hooded figure had thrown his way. 2 months into Aura training, and somehow he'd already found himself in another life-or-death situation. I've got him. Harry shouted, breaking into a sprint. The thief clutched something small and glittering to his chest as he weaved between towering shelves filled with confiscated magical artifacts. The Department of Mysteries had reported a break-in less than an hour ago, and Harry's training squad had been closest. Now they were chasing what looked like the last remnant of Voldemort's supporters through the Ministry's most dangerous collection of magical objects. Don't let him reach the time room, called Williamson, another Aura trainer, from somewhere behind Harry. Harry vaulted over a fallen display case, closing the gap. The war had ended 6 months ago, but pockets of Death Eaters remained, desperately seeking ways to restore their fallen master. Each artifact they stole potentially brought that nightmare closer to reality. Stop! Harry yelled, more out of formality than expectation. Incarcerus! Ropes shot from Harry's wand, wrapping around the thief's ankles. He went down hard, the stolen artifact flying from his grasp. It spun through the air, glinting gold and silver in the dim light. Harry lunged forward, fingers outstretched. His hand closed around the object, a small hourglass device suspended within multiple rotating rings, unlike any time-turner he'd seen before. The moment his skin made contact, the rings began to spin wildly. Shit! Harry tried to drop it, but his fingers wouldn't respond. The hourglass vibrated against his palm, heating rapidly. Something's wrong with, the world imploded around him. Colors stretched and blurred like wet paint. The solid floor beneath his feet vanished, and Harry felt himself being yanked in every direction at once. His lungs compressed as though he were being forced through a tube much too small for his body, worse than any apparition he'd ever experienced. Then, darkness. Harry woke to the smell of smoke and the distant sound of screaming. His head pounded as though a hippogriff had stomped on it. Repeatedly. The device, whatever it was, lay beside him, its rings now motionless. He was sprawled on cold cobblestones, definitely not in the Ministry anymore. Where the hell? Harry pushed himself up, fighting a wave of nausea. Diagon Alley. But not the Diagon Alley he knew. Shop windows were boarded up or shattered. Buildings bore scorch marks from magical fire. The once vibrant shopping district looked like a war zone. Down the street, a group of black-robed figures were herding terrified civilians into the center of the alley. Harry instinctively reached for his wand, relieved to find it still in his holster. He ducked behind the burned-out shell of what had once been Flourish and Blots, trying to make sense of the situation. Could be Death Eaters, he muttered to himself, but Voldemort's dead. I saw him die. A flyer tumbled down the street, catching against his shoe. Harry picked it up, and his blood ran cold. Resistance meeting locations compromised. Regroup at secondary safe houses. Avoid the detection squads. Lord Erebus has authorized immediate execution for Resistance members. Lord Erebus? Harry whispered. Who the hell is Lord Erebus? Before he could process this information, screams erupted from down the street. Harry peered around the corner to see one of the black-robed figures holding a woman under the Cruciatus curse while others laughed. Harry had acted before he even realized it. Stupefy. The spell hit the torturer square in the back, dropping him instantly. The woman's scream stopped. So much for assessing the situation. 5 hooded faces turned toward him, and Harry got a good look at their insignia, not the dark mark of Voldemort's followers, but a stylized lightning bolt against a black shield. "It's him," one shouted, voice tinged with fear. "It's Lord Erebus." "Don't be stupid," another snapped. "Why would he be hiding and attacking us? It's just someone who looks like him. Probably a resistance trick. Take him alive. The Lord will want to deal with this impostor personally." Harry didn't wait for them to coordinate. Confringo. The blasting curse hit the ground between the group, scattering them in a shower of cobblestones and dust. He sprinted in the opposite direction, mind racing faster than his feet. They thought he was someone called Erebus. Their leader, apparently. And that lightning bolt emblem. Harry turned a corner and collided with someone rushing the opposite way. They both went down in a tangle of limbs. Harry recovered first, wand pointing at, a young woman with fierce green eyes and short, silvery blonde hair stared back at him, her own wand unwavering. She wore practical, dark clothing with leather reinforcements, the outfit of someone who expected to fight. "Bloody hell," she whispered, those intense eyes widening. "It's you." "Apparently I'm getting that a lot today," Harry said, not lowering his wand. "Mind telling me what's going on? Who are those people back there?" The woman's expression shifted from shock to confusion. "They're your enforcers." Her wand hadn't moved an inch. "What game are you playing, Erebus?" Ice formed in Harry's stomach. "I'm not Erebus. My name is Harry Potter." "Same difference," she spat. Shouts echoed from the direction Harry had come. The self-proclaimed enforcers were recovering and organizing a search. The woman made a split-second decision. "Move." She jabbed her wand toward a narrow alley. "Quickly, before they round that corner. I don't know what you're playing at, but I'm not dying today." Harry hesitated just long enough for her to add, "They'll kill me on sight for being resistance." "Is that what you want?" That decided it. Harry followed her into the alley, which turned out to be barely wide enough for them to move sideways through. She led him through a maze of backstreets, occasionally stopping to listen for pursuers. "I'm not who you think I am," Harry said when they paused behind what looked like an abandoned apothecary. "Save it," she cut him off. "You look younger, I'll give you that. Excellent disguise. But I'd know those eyes anywhere." She peered around the corner. Clear. 3 more streets and we're at a safe apparition point. "What's your name?" Harry asked, following her quick pace. She shot him an incredulous look. "Like you don't know. Humor me." "Elara. Elara Blackwood." She shook her head. "Though if you're really playing the amnesia card, that name wouldn't mean anything to you anyway." "It doesn't," Harry confirmed. "Look, this is going to sound mental, but I think I've traveled through time. That device back there, stop." Elara raised a hand. "Not here." "We're almost," a red spell shot between them, blasting chunks from the brick wall. Harry reacted instinctively, pushing Elara behind him and throwing up a shield charm that deflected 2 more curses. Protego Maxima. The enhanced shield gave them momentary cover as 4 enforcers advanced down the street. "It is him," one called. "Lord Erebus." "No, you idiots," another shouted. "Look at him, he's too young. It's some kind of trick." "Bombarda." Harry's spell hit a hanging sign above the enforcers, dropping it onto 2 of them. Elara pulled at his arm. "This way." She led him through a shattered shop window and out through the back, where she tapped a specific brick with her wand. The wall slid open just enough for them to slip through before sealing itself again. They emerged into a small courtyard where 3 other people in similar resistance gear waited. All drew wands the instant they saw Harry. "Elara, what the actual fuck?" A tall man with a jagged scar across his face stepped forward, wand aimed directly at Harry's heart. "He's not what he seems, Marcus," Elara said quickly. "He saved me from enforcers. Claims he's time-traveled. And you believe that?" A shorter woman with close-cropped dark hair laughed bitterly. "It's obviously a trap." Harry kept his wand lowered but ready. "I'm Harry Potter. I was chasing a thief in the Ministry archives in 1999 when I touched some kind of time device. Next thing I know, I'm here, wherever and whenever here is." The scarred man, Marcus, narrowed his eyes. 1999. That would make you, what, 19? 18, Harry corrected. "Look, I don't know who this Erebus person is, but," the dark-haired woman made a choking sound. "He doesn't know. He actually doesn't know." "Know what?" Harry demanded, frustration building. The four resistance fighters exchanged loaded glances. Finally, Elara stepped forward. "Lord Erebus is the most feared dark wizard since Voldemort," she said flatly. "And his real name is Harry Potter." Harry felt as though he'd been punched in the stomach. That's not possible." Marcus checked his watch. "Enforcers will have called in our location by now. We need to move. Stun him and bring him along." "Wait." Harry raised his hands. "I'm not your enemy. I swear I'm not this Erebus person." "You're right," Elara said, her voice cold. "You're not Erebus yet. You're what he was before he became a monster." Before Harry could respond, she added, "And that might be the most valuable thing we've found in years." Stupefy. Harry's shield charm activated a split second too late. The world went black again. He woke up tied to a chair in what appeared to be an underground bunker. His head throbbed worse than before, and his wand was gone. Around him, resistance members moved with purpose, some throwing suspicious glances his way. "He's awake," someone called. Elara approached, accompanied by an older man Harry didn't recognize. "How much do you remember?" she asked without preamble. "Being stunned by someone who claimed to need my help," Harry replied coldly. "Not the best way to build trust." The older man studied Harry carefully. "Tell me about Dumbledore's funeral." Harry blinked at the unexpected question. "What about it?" "Details. Who spoke? What did you decide to do afterward?" Harry understood, they were verifying his identity and timeline. "McGonagall spoke. So did some Ministry official I didn't know. Afterward, I told Ron and Hermione I wouldn't be returning to Hogwarts. That I needed to find the Horcruxes instead." The man nodded, then asked several more specific questions about Harry's life, things that wouldn't be common knowledge. Finally, he turned to Elara. "It's consistent with what we know of his history up to 1999, he said. "And the temporal energy readings are off the charts. I think he's telling the truth." "So what now, Professor?" Elara asked. The man sighed. "Now we decide whether having teenage Harry Potter in 2028 is an opportunity or a catastrophe. 29 years in the future." Harry's mind reeled. "Could someone please tell me what's happening?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. How did Harry Potter become a dark wizard?" The older man, the professor, pulled up a chair facing Harry. "My name is Theodore Nott. Yes, we were at Hogwarts together, though I doubt you paid much attention to a quiet Slytherin. After Voldemort's defeat, you became an Auror. The best, actually. You hunted down the remaining Death Eaters," Elara continued. "But somewhere along the way, justice became vengeance. The methods became darker. The lines blurred." "I wouldn't do that," Harry insisted. "I know what dark magic does to people." "I would never." "You lost someone," Nott interrupted. "Someone important. The details are unclear. Lord Erebus has erased much of his early history, but it broke something in you. You started using confiscated dark artifacts. Experimenting with forbidden spells. All justified in the name of greater security for the wizarding world. Harry shook his head. No. I wouldn't. 10 years ago, Elara said, he staged what appeared to be an attack on the Ministry. Claimed a new dark wizard called Erebus was behind it. Used the fear to push through emergency powers. 6 months later, it was revealed that Harry Potter and Lord Erebus were one and the same, but by then, his control was absolute. The room felt like it was spinning. Harry stared at his bound hands. And now? Now he rules magical Britain through terror, not said simply. Muggleborns are registered and restricted. Dissenters disappear. His enforcers patrol everywhere. We're all that's left of the resistance. A commotion near the bunker entrance interrupted them. Resistance members scattered to defensive positions as someone was half-carried inside. Make way! Marcus shouted. She's injured. Harry twisted in his chair to see a middle-aged witch with a familiar face being lowered onto a makeshift medical table. Despite the years etched into her features, he recognized her immediately. Luna. Luna Lovegood's normally dreamy expression was contorted with pain. Blood soaked her left side, and her right arm ended in a bandaged stump just below the elbow, an old injury, not from whatever had just happened. Enforcers ambushed the supply team, Marcus explained as a healer rushed forward. Luna held them off while the others escaped. Harry strained against his bonds. Let me help. Please. Elara looked skeptical, but not made a quick decision. Release his hands only. Keep your wands ready. As soon as his hands were free, Harry moved to Luna's side. Luna, it's me, Harry. What happened? Luna's eyes fluttered open, widening when they focused on him. Instead of fear, a gentle smile crossed her face. Oh, hello, Harry. You look just as you did before the Nargles infected your brain. Despite everything, Harry couldn't help but smile. Some things never changed. What happened? He repeated gently. Cutting curse, she whispered. Caught me by surprise. Not very sporting of them. The healer was struggling to stop the bleeding. Harry recognized the pattern of the wound, a dark curse, similar to what Snape had used on George's ear. I know this curse, he said. It resists normal healing. Of course you do, someone muttered behind him. Harry ignored the comment. You need essence of Dittany mixed with powdered silver and applied directly to the wound while casting Vulnera Sinenter repeatedly. The healer looked up in surprise. We have Dittany but no powdered silver. Silver earrings? Necklace? Anything silver can be transfigured, Harry suggested. Someone produced a silver bracelet, which not quickly transfigured into fine powder. The healer followed Harry's instructions, and slowly, the bleeding stopped. Luna squeezed Harry's hand weakly. Thank you. It's nice to have the old Harry back, even if it's just for a little while. Her simple faith in him made his throat tighten. Luna, I swear I never become this Erebus person. I would never, everyone has darkness inside them, Harry, she interrupted, her voice surprisingly clear despite her condition. Yours was just deeper than most. Deeper, but further down. It took more to reach it. Before Harry could respond, the bunker's alarms blared to life. Perimeter breach, someone shouted. Nott's face went pale. That's not possible. The wards, he's found us, Elara said, grabbing Harry's arm. And I think I know how. She pointed to his chest. Harry looked down and saw a faint, pulsing light beneath his shirt. He pulled out the time device, which was glowing and vibrating slightly. It's some kind of tracker, not realized. We need to evacuate now. The bunker erupted into controlled chaos as resistance members initiated what was clearly a practiced evacuation plan. Luna was carefully moved by 2 healers, while others gathered essential supplies. What about him? Marcus asked, pointing at Harry. Bring him, Elara decided. He's either our greatest weapon or our biggest liability, but we can't leave him for Erebus either way. Harry's hands were bound again, but more loosely this time. Elara led him toward an escape tunnel at the back of the bunker while explosions sounded from the entrance. They're breaking through, someone yelled. Move faster. Elara pushed Harry forward. They had barely reached the tunnel entrance when the main door of the bunker blasted inward with such force that the entire structure shook. Through the swirling dust and debris stepped a tall figure in elegant black robes embroidered with silver. His face was obscured by a hood, but even from a distance, power radiated from him in palpable waves. The resistance fighters who hadn't yet escaped turned to face the intruder, wands raised. Lord Erebus. Marcus spat. Your reign ends tonight. The hooded figure didn't even raise his wand. With a casual flick of his fingers, Marcus and two others were thrown against the wall with bone-crushing force. I've come for what's mine, the figure said, his voice eerily familiar yet distorted, as though speaking through water. Nott stepped forward, positioning himself between Erebus and the tunnel where Harry stood. You'll have to go through me first, Potter. As you wish, old classmate. Erebus raised his hand, and Nott was lifted off the ground, clutching at his throat. No. Harry broke free from Elara's grip and charged back into the main chamber. Stop it. Let him go. Erebus froze. Slowly, he lowered Nott to the ground, where the man collapsed, gasping for air. The hooded figure turned toward Harry, and though his face remained hidden, Harry could feel the intensity of his gaze. Fascinating, Erebus whispered. My sources reported a temporal anomaly, but this is unexpected. Harry, run. Nott croaked, but Harry stood his ground. Is it true? Harry demanded. Am I, going to become you? Erebus chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth. Come with me, and I'll show you exactly how it happens. Don't listen. Elara had followed Harry back into the chamber. He'll twist everything. Erebus turned his hidden gaze toward her. Ah, Miss Blackwood. Still fighting the inevitable, I see. Still opposing monsters, she shot back. With deliberate slowness, Erebus raised his hands and lowered his hood. Harry's breath caught in his throat. It was like looking into a distorted mirror. The man before him was undeniably Harry Potter, the same green eyes, the same unruly black hair streaked now with silver at the temples. The lightning scar was still visible, though it had been joined by other scars that spoke of countless battles. His face was harder, more angular, marked by decades of choices Harry couldn't imagine making. But the eyes were the worst part. They held knowledge, power, and a coldness that made Harry shiver. You see. Erebus said softly. I am your destiny, Harry Potter. No. Harry shook his head. I refuse to believe that. Belief is irrelevant. Time is a river with currents stronger than your determination. Erebus extended a hand. Come willingly, and I'll spare these, friends of yours. It was clearly a lie, but Harry saw an opportunity. If he could get close to Erebus, to his future self, maybe he could find answers, a way back, or even a way to change this terrible future. Before he could decide, the far wall of the bunker exploded inward. Through the new opening strode a tall figure with flaming red hair streaked with gray, his face weathered and scarred almost beyond recognition, but Harry would know those blue eyes anywhere. Ron. Ron Weasley looked far older than his 48 years should allow. His left leg was replaced by a magical prosthetic, and his right eye gleamed with an unnatural silver light. But the wand in his hand was steady as it pointed at Lord Erebus. Step away from him, Ron commanded, his voice rougher than Harry remembered. Erebus turned, seeming almost amused. Ah, the prodigal best friend returns. How long has it been, Ron? 5 years since our last encounter. Not long enough, Ron growled. Several more resistance fighters poured in behind Ron, surrounding Erebus. For a moment, tension crackled in the air like electricity. Then Erebus sighed dramatically. Another time, then. His eyes locked with Harry's. "We'll speak soon, younger self. After all, we have so much to discuss." Before anyone could react, Erebus flicked his wrist, and the bunker ceiling began to collapse. In the chaos that followed, the dark wizard disappeared in a swirl of black smoke. "Everyone out!" Ron shouted as chunks of concrete rained down. Harry found himself pulled toward the escape tunnel by Alara while Ron directed the evacuation. They emerged into a forest clearing where other resistance members were gathering, tending to injuries, and counting survivors. 17 accounted for, someone reported to Ron. 5 missing, presumed captured or killed. Ron's face hardened, but he nodded. His gaze found Harry, and for a long moment, he simply stared. Then he approached, his magical leg making a soft whirring sound with each step. "So it's true," Ron said, his voice oddly flat. "You really are Harry. From before." "Ron, Harry didn't know what to say. This battle-worn version of his best friend was almost as shocking as seeing Erebus. "I'm sorry about whatever happened between us." Ron's expression softened slightly. "Not your fault. Not yet, anyway." He glanced at Alara. "Has he been told anything?" "The basics," she replied. "Not about specific events." Ron nodded. "Good. Keep it that way for now." He turned back to Harry. "We need to move to the secondary safe house. Erebus will be tracking magical signatures in this area." "I'm still processing all this," Harry admitted. "In my time, we just defeated Voldemort. I was starting Auror training. How did I become that?" Ron's artificial I word as it focused on Harry. "That's the million-galleon question, isn't it? The answer is complicated, and we don't have time for it now." He gestured to the other resistance members, who were preparing for departure. "Can I trust you to come with us without trying anything stupid?" Harry nodded. "I want answers as much as you want to give them. And I definitely don't want to end up with him." "Smart choice." Ron untied Harry's hands. "Stay close to Alara. We're operating in 30 seconds. As the group prepared to disappear, Harry turned to Alara. "Why did you save me back in Diagon Alley? You could have left me for the enforcers." Her green eyes studied him for a moment. "Because in that instant, I saw something in your eyes that's been missing from his for a very long time." "What's that?" "Humanity," she said simply, taking his arm for side-along apparition. The secondary safe house turned out to be an abandoned Muggle factory somewhere in northern England. Inside, the Resistance had created a functional base, with separate areas for medical treatment, planning, sleeping, and even training. "We move every few weeks," Alara explained as she showed Harry around. "Never stay in one place long enough for Erebus to find us. Today was the closest call we've had in months." "Because of me," Harry said quietly. "Yes," she didn't sugarcoat it. "But it also means we have you, which might change everything." Harry noticed the stares following him as they walked. Some resistant members looked afraid, others curious, and a few openly hostile. "They've been fighting against your face for years," Alara said, noticing his discomfort. "It's hard for them to separate you from him." "It's hard for me too," Harry admitted. "I still can't imagine becoming Erebus." They reached a small room that had been set up as a command center. Ron was there, along with Nott and several others Harry didn't recognize. "Our immediate problem," Ron was saying, "is that Erebus now knows about his younger self. He'll dedicate every resource to finding him." "Why?" Harry asked as he entered. "What does he want with me?" The room fell silent. Ron and Nott exchanged glances. "Think about it," Nott finally said. "You're the most valuable person in the world to him. You're his past, and therefore his vulnerability. A witch with graying hair that Harry didn't recognize spoke up. If he can control you, he controls his own timeline. Ensures his rise to power. And if we can use you, Ron added, we might find a way to prevent him from ever existing. The implications hit Harry like a bludger. You mean change the past? Is that even possible? Theoretically, Nott said cautiously. Time is resistant to major changes. But with the device that brought you here and your direct connection to Erebus, we might have a chance. Speaking of the device, Elara pulled out Harry's time travel artifact, now contained in a magical suppression box. Our analysts say it's unlike any time turner ever created. The magic is incredibly complex. Harry approached the box. It activated as soon as I touched it. I didn't cast any spells. It was likely keyed to your magical signature, Nott suggested. Which means it was created specifically to bring you, and only you, to this time. But why? Who would want that? That's what we need to find out, Ron said grimly. For now, you need rest. Tomorrow we start figuring out how to use this to our advantage. Harry wanted to protest, there were too many questions swirling in his mind, but exhaustion suddenly hit him like a physical weight. The adrenaline that had kept him going was fading, leaving him drained. Elara led him to a small, partitioned area with a cot. You'll sleep here. There's a guard posted, so don't get any ideas about wandering off. I'm not a prisoner, Harry pointed out. No, she agreed. But you're not fully trusted either. Not yet. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her. Elara? What did he, do to you? You seem to hate Erebus more personally than the others. She paused, her back still to him. Get some sleep, Potter. You'll need it. With that cryptic response, she walked away, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Despite his exhaustion, sleep came fitfully. Dreams of a hooded figure with his own eyes haunted Harry, along with fragments of conversations he couldn't quite hear and faces twisted in fear and pain. He woke several times in a cold sweat, the weight of a future he hadn't lived yet pressing down on him. Morning arrived with the sounds of the resistance camp coming to life. Harry sat up, momentarily disoriented before the previous day's events came rushing back. He was still processing everything when the curtain to his sleeping area was pulled aside. Good, you're up, Ron said, tossing him a bundle of clothes. These should fit. When you're dressed, come to the command center. We have things to discuss. The clothes were simple but durable, jeans, a black t-shirt, and a leather jacket with hidden pockets for storing a wand and other small items. The familiar weight of his holly wand was conspicuously absent. You'll get it back when we're certain of your intentions, Ron said when Harry mentioned it. In the command center, a larger group had gathered than the night before. Harry recognized Luna, now looking stronger though still pale, and Nott. Elara stood in a corner, arms crossed. There were several others he didn't know, including a tall black man with close-cropped gray hair and a severe expression. This is Kingsley Shacklebolt Jr. Ron introduced. Son of the minister. Former minister, the man corrected grimly. My father was one of Erebus's first targets when he seized power. Harry nodded, uncomfortable under the man's scrutiny. I'm sorry about your father. He was a good man. Yes, Kingsley Jr. said. And you killed him. The bluntness of the statement stunned Harry into silence. That's enough, Kings, Ron intervened. He's not Erebus yet. But he will be, Kingsley insisted. Not necessarily, Nott countered. That's why we're here. To discuss how we might use this opportunity to change everything. Ron gestured to a chair, and Harry sat, acutely aware of the tension in the room. We've been analyzing the time device, Ron began. It's more complex than we initially thought, possibly even a prototype created by the Department of Mysteries. Based on its construction, not continued, we believe it was designed not only to transport someone through time but to create a stable temporal connection between 2 points. Harry frowned. Meaning what, exactly? Meaning, Luna said dreamily, that you're like a thread tied between now and then, pulling the 2 times closer together. That's, not very scientific, but essentially correct, Nod admitted. The device created a link between you and this time, specifically to Lord Erebus. Which explains how he tracked you so quickly, Ron added. Harry touched the scar on his forehead absently. Like the connection I had with Voldemort? Similar in principle, though not identical, Nod agreed. This connection exists because you and Erebus are the same person at different points in your timeline. So what do we do about it? Harry asked. We have 2 options, Ron said. 1. Find a way to send you back to your time with knowledge of what happens, hoping you can prevent yourself from becoming Erebus. And option 2. Ron's expression hardened. Use your connection to get close enough to Erebus to kill him. The room fell silent. You can't be serious, Harry finally said. That would be suicide. For you as well, Nott pointed out. Killing your future self would create a temporal paradox we can't predict. I wasn't suggesting Harry do it, Ron clarified. But that he help us get close enough. There's a third option, Elara spoke for the first time. We find out exactly what turned Harry into Erebus. The precise moment. Then we send him back to prevent it specifically. That would be ideal, Nott agreed, but we don't know what that moment was. Erebus has systematically erased records of his transition from hero to tyrant. Luna smiled serenely. Then we'll have to ask him, won't we? Everyone turned to stare at her. Ask Erebus? Kingsley's voice dripped with skepticism. Just walk up and interview the most dangerous wizard in Britain about his villainous origin story. Not exactly, Luna said. But Harry might be able to access Erebus's memories through their connection. Like he once did with Voldemort. All eyes turned to Harry, who shifted uncomfortably. That connection was different. I never controlled when I saw into Voldemort's mind, and even when I did, it was usually only when his emotions were running high. The principle is similar, Nott insisted. With the right magical amplification, you might be able to see into Erebus's mind more deliberately. And if he senses me there? Harry asked. He's obviously a more accomplished wizard than I am now. He could trap me, or worse. It's a risk, Ron acknowledged. But potentially worth taking. Harry stood and paced the small room, thinking. Even if I could access his memories, how would that help? I'd still need to get back to my time to change things. The device, Elara said, pointing to the suppression box. If we understand how it works, we might be able to reverse it, send you back. And if you can't? Nobody answered immediately. Then at least we'd have intelligence on Erebus's plans, Kingsley finally said. Perhaps enough to mount a more effective resistance. Harry stopped pacing and faced the group. I want to help. I need to prevent myself from becoming him. But I need to know more first. About what happened. About how I changed. Ron and Nott exchanged glances again, and Harry's patience finally snapped. Stop doing that, he exclaimed. These cryptic looks and half-explanations. If you want my help, I need to know what I'm dealing with. What did I do? Who did I hurt? How did I become Lord Erebus? The outburst left the room in uncomfortable silence. Finally, Ron sighed. You're right. You deserve to know. He turned to the others. Give us the room. I'll tell him. One by one, the others filed out, until only Ron, Harry, and, surprisingly, Elara remained. She stays, Ron said when Harry glanced questioningly at her. She has as much right to this conversation as either of us. Harry sat back down, steeling himself. Tell me everything. Ron pulled up a chair across from Harry, his magical eye whirring softly. After Voldemort's defeat, things were good for a while. You became an Auror. I joined you for a few years before helping George with the shop. You married Ginny. I married Hermione. Harry nodded. That future sounded perfect, exactly what he'd hoped for. The remaining Death Eaters went underground, but they didn't disappear. They regrouped under new leadership, Lucius Malfoy, then others. Called themselves the Purity Coalition. Started with political maneuvering, gradually escalated to violence. And I fought them, Harry guessed. Relentlessly, Ron confirmed. You were the Ministry's star Auror, their weapon against the rising darkness. But the Coalition was clever. They worked within the system, corrupting it from inside while their more radical elements caused chaos from outside. Then came the Hogsmeade Massacre, Elara said quietly. 15 years ago. The Coalition attacked during a Hogwarts weekend visit. 37 dead, including 22 students. Harry felt sick. Was anyone we know? Ron's face darkened. Neville was there. Died protecting his students. Luna lost her arm. And Hermione. His voice caught. Hermione was in the village researching for her latest legislation. She was targeted specifically. Harry's heart seemed to stop. Hermione. They killed Hermione. They did worse, Ron's voice turned hollow. They used experimental dark magic. Something that trapped her between life and death. For weeks, the healers tried everything. In the end, she begged for release. Harry couldn't breathe. The thought of brilliant, brave Hermione reduced to that. And I was there. When it happened. You found her, Ron confirmed. You were the first on the scene after the attack. You held her while she screamed. The image was too vivid, too horrific. Harry bent forward, fighting the urge to be sick. Something broke in you that day, Ron continued after giving Harry a moment. In both of us, really. But I lost myself in grief. You lost yourself in vengeance. You started hunting them, Elara picked up the narrative. Not to arrest them. To punish them. You developed new spells, dark spells. You justified it as necessary to fight an enemy that didn't play by the rules. The Ministry looked the other way at first, Ron said. Your methods were brutal, but effective. The Coalition was being decimated. But then you started targeting those you suspected of supporting them, politicians, business owners, journalists who questioned your tactics. I wouldn't, Harry protested weakly, though the denial felt hollow in the face of Ron's obvious pain. You did, Ron said flatly. When Kingsley tried to rein you in, you publicly accused him of Coalition sympathies. When that didn't work, you arranged evidence of corruption. Had him removed as minister. The Wizengamot appointed you as Emergency Security Director, Elara continued. With unprecedented powers to combat the Coalition threat. Within a year, you'd effectively dismantled the democratic systems of magical Britain. But people must have fought back, Harry said. They wouldn't just accept a dictatorship. They did when you convinced them it was temporary, Ron explained. When you promised security in exchange for freedom. When you ensured the Daily Prophet reported only what you approved. Harry shook his head in disbelief. And you? Where were you during all this? Ron's expression turned haunted. By your side, at first. Merlin helped me, after losing Hermione, I wanted them to pay too. It wasn't until you started targeting innocents that I realized what was happening. By then, it was almost too late. What about Ginny? My family? A shadow crossed Ron's face. Ginny left you when your methods became too extreme. Went to Romania with Charlie. When you sent enforcers to bring her home, my brothers protected her. Percy and Bill didn't survive the confrontation. Each revelation felt like another knife to Harry's gut. I killed your brothers. Your enforcers did. On your orders. Ron's voice was devoid of emotion now. That's when I finally broke with you completely. Joined the resistance. Been fighting you ever since. Harry turned to Elara. And you? What's your connection to all this? Elara straightened, her green eyes fierce. I was 11 when your enforcers came for my parents. They were journalists who published evidence of your involvement in Kingsley's downfall. I watched from a hiding place as they were tortured for their sources. When they had nothing left to give, your men executed them. Harry felt hollow. I'm so sorry. Luna found me afterward, Elara continued, ignoring his apology. Brought me into the resistance. I've been fighting you ever since. The weight of everything pressed down on Harry. People he loved, dead or broken because of choices he would apparently make. Countless innocent lives destroyed. And for what? Vengeance? Power? So now you know, Ron said. Understand why we're desperate to change things. Harry nodded numbly. Yes. But I still don't understand how I could become that person. Even after Hermione. I know what dark magic does. I've seen what it did to Voldemort, to others. That's the tragedy, Ron said softly. You thought you were different. That you could control it. Use it for good. By the time you realized you'd become what you hated, you convinced yourself it was necessary. That only you could protect the wizarding world. Harry stood up abruptly. I need to think. To process all this. Ron nodded. Take time. But not too much. Erebus knows you're here, and he won't stop hunting you. Harry moved toward the door, then paused. One more question. The name, Erebus. Where did it come from? You chose it, Elara said. When you first created your alter ego to stage the attacks that justified your emergency powers. In Greek mythology, Erebus is the personification of darkness. Fitting, Harry muttered, and left the room. Harry wandered through the resistance base, barely noticing the stares that followed him. His mind was reeling from everything Ron and Elara had told him. Could he really become the monster they described? A Dark Lord who murdered his friends, terrorized the wizarding world, and justified it all in the name of security? He found himself in a small alcove overlooking the main floor of the factory. Below, resistance members trained in small groups, practicing dueling and battle formations. Their movements spoke of experience born from years of fighting. Fighting him. It's a lot to take in, isn't it? Luna's dreamy voice came from behind him. Harry turned to find her watching him with those protuberant silver eyes, somehow still carrying the same ethereal quality despite everything she'd endured. Luna, He struggled to find words. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything, she said, joining him at the railing. You're not him yet. Will I be? Harry asked. Is it inevitable? Luna considered this. Time isn't as straight as people think. It bends and branches. Sometimes it even ties itself in knots. Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. Luna's unique perspective was somehow comforting in its familiarity. Ron told you about Hermione, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. The smile vanished. I can't imagine losing her like that. It destroyed something in both of you, Luna said softly. Ron turned his pain inward. You turned yours outward. I want to believe I wouldn't go dark, even after something that horrible, Harry said. That I'm stronger than that. Luna touched his arm gently with her remaining hand. It wasn't weakness that turned you, Harry. It was your strength. Your absolute certainty that you could fix things, protect everyone, if only you had enough power. The insight struck Harry deeply. Wasn't that always his driving force? Protecting the people he loved. There has to be a way to change this future, he said firmly. I believe there is, Luna agreed. That's why I suggested looking into Erebus's memories. Harry frowned. But how would I even do that? Our connection isn't like what I had with Voldemort. No, but it's potentially stronger. You're not just connected to Erebus, you are Erebus, separated by time. She reached into her robes and pulled out a small vial containing swirling silver liquid. This might help. Memory potion. Something I've been working on for the Resistance. We call it Echo Essence. It amplifies psychic connections, allows the user to follow magical traces back to their source. Harry eyed the vial skeptically. That sounds dangerous. Oh, it is, Luna said cheerfully. Side effects include temporary insanity, permanent loss of magical ability, and in rare cases, spontaneous transfiguration into a garden gnome. Harry stared at her. That was a joke, she clarified, though her expression remained serious. But it is risky. You would be sending your consciousness along the connection to Erebus. If he senses your presence, he could trap you there, or follow the connection back to your physical body. So why suggest it? Because it might be our only chance, she said simply. And because I think you're strong enough to maintain your sense of self even in his mind. Harry took the vial, turning it over in his hand. The liquid inside seemed to respond to his touch, swirling more vigorously. I'll think about it, he promised. But first, I need to understand more about what's happening now. What Erebus is planning, why he wants to find me so badly. Luna nodded. The War Council meets in an hour. You should join us, it might answer some of your questions. With that, she drifted away, leaving Harry alone with the vial and his thoughts. The War Council consisted of Ron, Nott, Kingsley Jr., Luna, Elara, and several other Resistance leaders Harry hadn't met. They gathered around a large table where a magical map of Britain displayed the movements of Erebus's forces in real time. Our intelligence suggests Erebus has redirected at least 60% of his enforcers to the search effort, a witch with an eye patch was saying as Harry entered. They're conducting sweeps of all known Resistance sympathizer locations. He's becoming desperate, Kingsley observed. Or he knows exactly what he's doing, Ron countered. Forcing us to stay hidden, limiting our ability to conduct operations. Harry took a seat next to Elara, who acknowledged him with a slight nod. Ah, Potter, Nott said. Perfect timing. We were just discussing Erebus's response to your arrival. I still don't understand why he wants me so badly, Harry said. Think strategically, Kingsley replied. You're the only person who could potentially undo everything he's built. Of course he wants to neutralize that threat. Or ensure it, Elara added thoughtfully. Remember what Erebus said in the bunker, he wanted to show Harry exactly how it happens. What if he wants to guarantee his own existence by making sure Harry follows the same path? Ron frowned. A temporal loop. Erebus ensures young Harry becomes him by influencing him directly. It's possible, Nott said. Time magic is notoriously complex, but there are precedents for self-fulfilling temporal sequences. All the more reason to keep you away from him, Ron told Harry. The witch with the eye patch, introduced as Astoria Greengrass, another name Harry recognized from Hogwarts, pointed to several locations on the map. We've lost contact with these safe houses in the last 12 hours. We have to assume they've been compromised. What about our planned operation against the Ministry Detention Center? Kingsley asked. Ron shook his head. We'll have to postpone. Too risky with Erebus's forces on high alert. We can't leave those people there, Elara protested. There are children in that facility. And we'd lose dozens of our own trying to free them right now, Ron countered. Harry leaned forward. What detention center? Erebus established re-education centers for those deemed threats to magical security, Nott explained. Muggleborns, political dissidents, families of Resistance members. Including those too young for Hogwarts, Elara added bitterly. Harry felt sick. And you had a plan to free them? We've been working on it for months, Ron said. The London facility is the largest, holding over 300 prisoners. But security is tight, anti-apparition wards, Dementor patrols, at least 50 enforcers at all times. But you found a way in. Astoria nodded. Drainage tunnels beneath the old ministry building. We have the patrol schedules, ward configurations, everything. But with Erebus's forces searching for you, security will be doubled. Harry studied the map, noting the deployment patterns of the enforcers. An idea began forming, reckless, perhaps, but potentially effective. What if we use this situation to our advantage, he suggested. Erebus is looking for me. Let's give him what he wants, or what he thinks he wants. Absolutely not, Ron said immediately. We're not using you as bait. Not exactly, Harry clarified. I'm suggesting a diversion. Let Erebus think I've been spotted somewhere far from London. He'll redirect his forces there, away from the detention center. And how would we convince him of that? Kingsley asked skeptically. Polyjuice? Harry suggested. Someone disguised as me makes a public appearance, then disappears before Erebus's forces arrive. Not considered this. It could work. Erebus would be compelled to investigate personally, taking his elite guard with him. It's too dangerous, Ron insisted. If Erebus realizes it's a trap, he won't, Harry said confidently. Because he'll sense me through our connection. That's what Luna's potion is for. While someone else is physically impersonating me, I'll use the echo essence to project my consciousness just enough that Erebus senses my presence. Dividing his attention between your mental presence and the physical decoy, Luna said, nodding. Quite clever. And suicidal, Ron added. If you use that potion, you'll be vulnerable. Erebus could trap your mind, or worse. I'll be careful, Harry promised. And I'll have help. He looked at Luna. You'll monitor me, pull me back if anything goes wrong. Luna nodded. I can modify the potion to create a tether between us. Ron still looked unconvinced, but Alara was studying Harry with new interest. It could work, she admitted. And those people need our help. Some have been in there for years. A tense silence fell over the council as they considered the plan. Finally, Ron sighed. We'll put it to a vote. He looked around the table. Those in favor of Potter's plan? Hands rose, Alara, Luna, Nott, Astoria, and several others. Kingsley and a few more remained opposed, but they were the minority. Then it's settled, Ron said, though he didn't look happy about it. We'll begin preparations immediately. The operation takes place tomorrow night. As the council dispersed to prepare, Alara caught up with Harry. That was unexpected, she said. I didn't think you'd volunteer for something so risky. Harry shrugged. Those people need help. And maybe this will help me understand Erebus better. Just be careful, she warned. When you connect with him, remember who you are. I will, Harry promised, though a flicker of doubt nagged at him. Would he be strong enough to maintain his identity while touching the mind of the dark wizard he would become? He had to be. People's lives depended on it. The rest of the day passed in a blur of preparation. The resistance had the operation down to a science, positioning teams, establishing escape routes, coordinating communications. Harry was impressed by their efficiency despite limited resources. Ron pulled him aside during a brief break. I still think this is too dangerous, he said bluntly. I know, Harry acknowledged. But it's our best chance to free those people and maybe learn something useful about Erebus. Ron studied him with his mismatched eyes. You're as stubborn as ever, you know that. Harry smiled slightly. Some things don't change, I guess. Look, Ron said, more seriously, if something goes wrong tomorrow, if Erebus traps you somehow, we won't be able to wait. The mission comes first. I understand, Harry assured him. I don't expect special treatment. Ron nodded, then surprised Harry by pulling him into a rough hug. Just, be careful in there. His mind isn't a place anyone should visit. I will, Harry promised, returning the embrace. It felt strange hugging this older, battle-worn version of his best friend, but comforting too, a reminder that despite everything, some bonds remained unbroken. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay on his cot, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with everything he'd learned and the risks that lay ahead. The weight of a future he was determined to prevent pressed down on him. A soft footstep alerted him to someone's presence. He sat up to see Elara standing in the entrance to his sleeping area. "Can't sleep?" she asked quietly. Harry shook his head. "Too much to process." She hesitated, then entered, sitting on the edge of his cot. "I've been thinking about tomorrow," she said. "About what you might see in Erebus's mind." "I'm prepared for it to be difficult," Harry said. Elara's expression was troubled. "There's something you should know. Something I didn't mention earlier, when Ron was telling you about Erebus's rise." Harry tensed. "What is it?" "It's about my parents," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I told you they were journalists who exposed Erebus's corruption." "Yes, I remember. What I didn't tell you is who they were." She met his eyes directly. "My mother was Parvati Patil. My father was Dean Thomas." Harry's breath caught. Parvati and Dean, classmates, friends from Hogwarts. People he'd fought alongside. "I didn't know I mean, that they were together, had a daughter. They married a few years after the Battle of Hogwarts," Elara explained. "I was born in 2007. And Erebus, had them killed." The horror of it struck him anew. Not faceless victims but people he knew, cared about. "Yes," Elara said simply. "I was named after my grandmother on my mother's side. When your enforcers came, my parents hid me in a secret compartment. I heard everything. Watched through a crack in the wall. They refused to name their sources, even under the Cruciatus curse." Harry felt sick. "Elara, I'm so sorry. I can't imagine, I'm not telling you this for an apology," she cut him off. "I'm telling you because when you enter Erebus's mind tomorrow, you need to understand the stakes. You need to remember that the monster he became didn't just hurt strangers, he destroyed the lives of people he once called friends." Harry nodded slowly. "Thank you for telling me. It makes it more real somehow." Elara stood to leave, but Harry caught her hand. "Why help me?" he asked. "After what Erebus did to your family, you have every right to hate me." She looked down at their joined hands, then back to his face. "Because I've spent my life fighting against what Erebus represents. If there's a chance to erase him from existence, I have to take it, even if that means helping you." She gently pulled her hand away. "Get some sleep, Potter. Tomorrow will be challenging enough without exhaustion." After she left, Harry lay back down, more determined than ever. He would not become Lord Erebus. He would find a way to change the future, no matter what it took. The next morning brought final preparations for the mission. Luna worked with Harry on the modified Echo Essence potion, explaining how it would create a connection between them. "I'll be able to monitor your consciousness while you're connected to Erebus," she said, adding a strand of her silver blonde hair to the now shimmering potion. "If I sense you're in danger, I can pull you back, though it might be uncomfortable." "Define uncomfortable," Harry said warily. "Like having your soul yanked backward through a very small keyhole," Luna replied with her typical bluntness. "But better than being trapped in Erebus's mind forever, I'd imagine." "When you put it that way." The plan was relatively straightforward. A resistance member named Aiden, who was roughly Harry's height and build, would take Polyjuice potion with Harry's hair and make a very public appearance in Hogsmeade, which was now under Erebus's direct control. Meanwhile, Harry would take the Echo Essence and project his consciousness just enough to make Erebus sense his presence there. While Erebus and his forces converged on Hogsmeade, the main resistance team would infiltrate the London detention centre through the underground tunnels, free the prisoners, and transport them to a series of safe houses using emergency port keys. Remember, Ron instructed during the final briefing, we have a 90-minute window from the moment Erebus leaves the Ministry. In and out, no heroics, no delays. The teams dispersed to their positions. Harry, Luna, and Alara remained at the resistance base, where Harry would take the potion in relative safety. Ready? Luna asked, holding out the vial of Echo Essence. Harry took a deep breath. Ready. He uncorked the vial and drank the silvery liquid in one gulp. It tasted oddly like liquid metal and mint, burning slightly as it went down. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the world dissolved around him. Harry felt as though he were floating, detached from his physical form. He could vaguely sense Luna and Alara's presences beside his body, but they seemed distant, unimportant. What drew his attention was a powerful magical signature pulsing like a beacon somewhere to the north. Erebus. Harry focused on that signature, allowing his consciousness to drift toward it. As he drew closer, he began to feel the connection between them strengthening, a bond that transcended time, linking him to his future self. Then suddenly, he was there, not physically, but mentally touching the edges of Erebus's consciousness. The raw power he sensed was staggering, dark and cold yet somehow familiar, like a twisted reflection of his own magic. Harry remained at the periphery, careful not to probe too deeply. All he needed was for Erebus to sense his presence, to take the bait. He focused on projecting thoughts of Hogsmeade, creating a mental association with the location. Almost immediately, he felt Erebus's attention shift, like the focusing of an enormous eye. Surprise, then intense interest radiated from the Dark Wizard's mind. So, Erebus's mental voice was chillingly similar to Harry's own, yet deeper, colder. You found a way to reach me. How, resourceful. Harry hadn't expected direct communication. He tried to withdraw, but Erebus's consciousness surged forward, enveloping him. Not so fast, younger self. Now that you're here, let's have a proper conversation. Harry struggled to maintain his sense of self as Erebus's overwhelming presence pressed in on him. He felt Luna's tether to his physical body stretching thin. You're afraid, Erebus observed. You shouldn't be. We are the same person, after all. We are nothing alike, Harry projected the thought forcefully. Erebus's amusement rippled through their connection. The Resistance has been filling your head with their version of history, I see. How predictable. They told me what you've done. What I become. Did they tell you why? Did they explain what drove me to take the necessary steps to protect our world? Before Harry could respond, the mental landscape around him shifted. Suddenly, he was no longer floating in abstract consciousness but standing in a memory, Hermione lying broken on a Hogsmeade street, blood pooling beneath her contorted body, her eyes wide with unimaginable pain as dark magic coursed visibly through her veins. And there was Harry, older, but not yet Erebus, kneeling beside her, face twisted in anguish. Help me, Harry, memory Hermione gasped. It's burning me from inside. Make it stop. Please make it stop. The scene shifted again. Harry witnessed himself hunting down the attackers one by one. Saw the increasingly dark spells he used. Felt the cold satisfaction as they suffered before dying. More memories flashed by, Kingsley confronting him about his methods. Ginny leaving, tears streaming down her face. The Daily Prophet publishing exposés on his secretive operations. The growing public fear of the mysterious Lord Erebus, a dark wizard attacking both corrupt officials and former Death Eaters. Then, Harry saw himself standing before a mirror, deliberately tracing a lightning bolt on his chest with his wand, creating the emblem his future followers would wear. Creating Lord Erebus as a separate entity from Harry Potter, a necessary monster to do what the hero could not. You see. Erebus's voice resonated through the memories. I didn't fall into darkness, I stepped into it willingly, because someone had to. Someone had to make the hard choices. You murdered innocent people, Harry projected. You betrayed everything we stood for. I protected the wizarding world, Erebus countered. After the coalition, others rose to take their place. There will always be those who seek to destroy what we love. Conventional methods failed. Democracy failed. Only power prevailed. The memories shifted again, showing riots in Diagon Alley, another attack on Hogwarts, this time prevented by Erebus's enforcers. Grateful parents thanking him for keeping their children safe. Peace, of a sort, under his watchful eye. The world isn't divided into good people and Death Eaters, Erebus said, using Sirius's words perversely. I learned that the hard way. Sometimes, to protect the innocent, you must become what others fear. Harry struggled to maintain his perspective against the onslaught of justifications. He could feel Erebus's beliefs seeping into him through their connection, not controlling him, but resonating with fears and doubts he already harbored. Is this what Dumbledore died for? Harry challenged. For you to become another Voldemort? Anger flashed through their connection. I am nothing like Voldemort. He sought power for its own sake. I use power to maintain order. You use power to control people. To hurt those who oppose you. How are you different? Erebus's presence seemed to grow colder. Enough philosophy. You're here for a reason, younger self. The Resistance thinks they're clever, using you as a distraction while they attack my detention center. Harry tried to hide his shock, but it was impossible to conceal thoughts in this shared mental space. Erebus's amusement returned. Did you think I wouldn't anticipate their plan? My forces are already moving to intercept them. Horror flooded through Harry. Ron, Elara, the others, they were heading into a trap. They'll die because of you, Erebus continued. Unless. Unless what? Come to me willingly, Erebus proposed. Surrender yourself, and I'll spare them. Together, we can ensure our destiny unfolds as it should. Harry felt Luna's presence tugging at him, trying to pull him back. Erebus sensed it too. Your tether, he observed. Clever. But I could sever it with a thought. Then why don't you? Harry challenged. Because I want you to choose, Harry. I want you to recognize that we are one and the same. That my path is inevitable. With tremendous effort, Harry began pulling away from Erebus's mental grip. I will never choose to become you. We shall see, Erebus replied calmly. For now, I'll let you go. But know this, I've placed a trace on your mind. No matter where you hide, I'll find you. Not if I find you first, Harry shot back. Erebus's laughter was the last thing Harry heard as Luna's tether yanked him back to his physical body. He gasped, sitting bolt upright on the cot where they had positioned him for the ritual. Harry. Luna's concerned face hovered over him. Are you all right? It's a trap, Harry gasped. Erebus knows about the mission. He's sending forces to the detention center right now. Elara was already moving. I'll warn them. She rushed to the communications table, sending an emergency signal through their magical network. Harry struggled to his feet, fighting the disorientation from the potion. We need to do more than warn them. We need to help them. You're in no condition, Luna began, but Harry cut her off. There's no time to argue. Erebus placed some kind of trace on me during our connection. He'll find us here soon anyway. Elara returned, her expression grim. No response from the advance team. They must already be inside. Then we go after them, Harry decided. Now. We're the reserve team, Elara reminded him. We're supposed to stay here in case the main team needs extraction support. They'll need more than extraction if Erebus's forces are waiting for them, Harry countered. We need my wand. Luna and Elara exchanged looks. Harry, Luna said gently, you're still not fully recovered from the Echo Essence. And after connecting with Erebus, I'm fine, he insisted. And I'm still myself. After a moment's hesitation, Elara made a decision. She went to a locked cabinet and removed Harry's holly wand, tossing it to him. If we're doing this, we need to move now, she said. Luna, can you coordinate from here? Luna nodded. I'll monitor communications and prepare for casualties. She caught Harry's arm before he could leave. Be careful. Erebus may have influenced you more than you realize. Harry squeezed her hand reassuringly. I know who I am. He hoped that was true. Elara led Harry through a series of apparition jumps to reach London, each designed to throw off potential tracking. The final jump brought them to an abandoned underground station that had been closed off to Muggles decades ago. The detention center is built into the old ministry building, Elara explained as they moved through the dusty station. After Erebus took power, he converted the lower levels into holding cells. The main team should be entering through the maintenance tunnels that connect to the old Department of Mysteries. Harry followed her down a sealed-off service passage. His head still swam with images from Erebus's mind, memories of pain, of loss, of choices that seemed reasonable in isolation but led to monstrous outcomes. Stay focused, Elara warned, noticing his distraction. If Erebus traced you through your mental connection, we might be walking into more than we can handle. I'm fine, Harry insisted, though he wasn't entirely sure that was true. They reached a heavy metal door. Elara tapped it with her wand in a complex pattern, and it swung open silently. Standard resistance entry point, she whispered. Should connect with the main infiltration route in about 200 meters. They crept forward through the dimly lit tunnel, wands ready. The air grew progressively colder, and Harry felt the unmistakable chill of Dementor somewhere ahead. They shouldn't be in this section, Elara muttered. Not according to our intelligence. Erebus changed the security patterns, Harry guessed. He knew we were coming. They rounded a corner and froze. 3 bodies lay sprawled on the ground, resistance fighters, based on their clothing. Beyond them, the tunnel was blocked by a magical barrier glowing with sickly green light. Elara rushed forward to check the fallen fighters. Dead, she confirmed grimly. Killing curse. Harry examined the barrier. This is recent. Advanced dark magic. He could feel the malevolent energy pulsing from it, and worse, he could sense how it worked, as if some part of him recognized the spell structure. Can you break it? Elara asked. Harry hesitated, then raised his wand. Words came to his lips, an incantation he'd never learned but somehow knew would dismantle the barrier. The spell felt dark, powerful. He lowered his wand, shaking his head to clear it. I'm not sure I should. Elara studied him closely. What's wrong? When I connected with Erebus, something happened. I can feel echoes of his knowledge. His power. Harry's voice dropped to a whisper. What if using it changes me? Starts me down his path. Understanding dawned in Elara's eyes. That's what he wanted. By connecting with you, he planted seeds of his own darkness. I think so, Harry agreed. But we still need to get through that barrier. The others are in danger. Elara considered their options. There should be another way in through the old courtrooms. It's longer, but, a silver lynx Patronus materialized before them, speaking with Kingsley Jr.'s voice, ambush. Heavy casualties. Prisoners being transferred. Fall back to Rendezvous Point Delta. The Patronus dissolved, leaving them in stunned silence. We're too late, Elara whispered. They knew exactly where to hit us. Harry's fists clenched in frustration. We need to get to Rendezvous Point Delta. Now. It's an old church in Islington, Elara said. But we can't just apparate there, Erebus's forces could be tracking magical transportation. Then we go the long way, Harry decided. Through Muggle London. They backtracked through the tunnel and emerged into the abandoned station. Elara transfigured their resistance clothing into ordinary Muggle attire before they made their way to the surface. London looked different from what Harry remembered, with sleeker buildings and technology he didn't recognize, but the basic layout remained familiar. They moved quickly but cautiously, taking indirect routes and watching for followers. "How bad do you think it is?" Harry asked as they walked. Elara's expression was grim. "If they knew exactly where to ambush us, it could be very bad. We've lost people before, but never like this." The weight of responsibility pressed down on Harry. If he hadn't suggested the plan, if he'd been more careful when connecting with Erebus. "Stop it," Elara said, reading his expression. "This isn't your fault. We've been fighting Erebus for years. He's always been one step ahead." "Because he's me," Harry said bitterly. "He knows how we think." "No," Elara corrected firmly. "He was you once. But you're not him yet. And if we succeed, you never will be." They continued in silence after that, each lost in their own thoughts. As they neared Islington, Harry noticed Elara growing increasingly tense, checking their surroundings more frequently. "What is it?" he asked. "We're being followed," she whispered. "Two men, about 50 meters back. They've been with us since King's Cross." Harry resisted the urge to look. "Enforcers?" "Probably. They're too organized for random thugs." "Options?" Elara considered. "We're still 10 minutes from the rendezvous. We need to lose them or deal with them." Harry made a quick decision. "Next alley, we split up. You go right, I go left. Whoever they follow, the other circles back and ambushes them." Elara nodded, impressed by the simple but effective plan. "Just like we practiced in DA, huh?" Harry blinked in surprise. "You know about Dumbledore's army?" "My mother told me stories," she said with a sad smile. "Said it was where she learned to really fight." The mention of Parvati sent a fresh wave of guilt through Harry, but he pushed it aside. They needed to focus. At the next intersection, they split as planned. Harry turned left, walking briskly but not running. A quick, subtle glance confirmed that both followers had chosen to pursue him rather than Elara. Perfect. He led them down several winding streets, gradually moving toward areas with fewer witnesses. When he reached a narrow service alley between two buildings, he ducked inside and pressed himself against the wall, wand ready. Footsteps approached, cautious now, as the men realized they'd lost visual contact. Harry held his breath. The first man appeared at the alley entrance, wand partially concealed in his sleeve, definitely an enforcer. He started to turn in Harry's direction. "Stupefy." Elara's voice came from behind the enforcers. Her stunning spell caught the second man squarely in the back, dropping him instantly. The first enforcer spun toward the new threat, giving Harry the opening he needed. Petrificus totalis. The man's arms and legs snapped together as he toppled forward, face first onto the pavement. Elara moved quickly, dragging both incapacitated men deeper into the alley. "We should check for tracking charms, communications devices." A thorough search revealed small silver badges pinned inside their jackets, the lightning bolt emblem of Erebus's enforcers. "These are enchanted," Harry observed, examining one. "Two-way communication and tracking." Elara crushed both badges under her heel. "That should buy us some time. We need to move, more will come looking when these two don't report in." They continued toward the rendezvous point with renewed urgency. The church came into view, an ancient stone building that had somehow survived both the Blitz and London's continuous redevelopment. "Careful," Elara warned as they approached. "Standard procedure is to secure the perimeter before entering. There should be sentries." Harry scanned the area but saw no sign of resistance lookouts. "Something's wrong." They approached cautiously, using detection spells to check for traps or concealed enemies. The church appeared deserted, its heavy wooden doors slightly ajar. This feels like a trap, Elara whispered. Probably is, Harry agreed. But we need to know what happened to the others. They entered with wands raised, moving silently through the dusty nave. Signs of recent activity were evident: scuff marks on the stone floor, a fallen bench, a smear of what looked horribly like blood on a pillar. There was a fight, Harry observed unnecessarily. A soft groan came from behind the altar. They rushed forward to find a resistance fighter Harry didn't recognize slumped against the wall, clutching a bloody wound in his side. Adams. Elara knelt beside him. What happened? Where are the others? The man's eyes fluttered open. Ambush, they were waiting, knew all our fallback positions. Harry cast basic healing charms while Elara supported the wounded fighter's head. Ron? She asked urgently. Kingsley. Captured, Adams coughed. Along with most of the team. I only got away because. His eyes widened as he noticed Harry. You led them to us. He didn't, Elara said firmly. He's been with me the whole time. Not him, Adams clarified, his voice weakening. Erebus, he said he followed the connection to his younger self, used it to find all our locations. Harry felt sick. Just as Erebus had warned during their mental connection, the trace he'd placed allowed him to track not just Harry but the entire resistance network. Adams, stay with us, Elara urged as the man's eyes began to close. Where did they take the others? Fortress. Adams managed. Public execution, tomorrow. His head slumped forward as unconsciousness took him. We need to get him medical attention, Harry said. Elara nodded. There's a backup safe house not far from here. If it hasn't been compromised. We don't have many options, Harry pointed out. And we need to find out more about this fortress and the planned executions. They carefully lifted the wounded man between them and made their way out of the church. The backup safe house turned out to be a small apartment above a closed Muggle bookshop, protected by concealment charms that made it appear unoccupied to casual observers. To their relief, the safe house was intact, with basic medical supplies and emergency provisions. They tended to Adams's wounds as best they could, but it was clear he needed more expert attention. Luna, Elara decided. If she escaped the raid on our main base, she'd go to one of the emergency rally points. I can try to contact her. While Elara worked on establishing communication through a complex enchanted coin system similar to the ones Dumbledore's army had used, Harry searched the safe house for information. In a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards, he found resistance intelligence materials, maps, guard rotations, building plans. One set of documents caught his attention immediately, detailed schematics of a massive structure labeled Erebus Fortress. I think I found where they're taking the prisoners, he called to Elara. She joined him, examining the plans. Erebus's personal stronghold. Built on the ruins of Hogwarts after he declared the school compromised by enemy influences. Harry stared in horror. He destroyed Hogwarts. Claimed it was damaged beyond repair during a terrorist attack, Elara explained bitterly. In reality, he ordered the attack himself when the headmistress refused to implement his educational reforms. Then rebuilt it as his command center. The thought of Hogwarts, his first real home, reduced to rubble and replaced by a dark fortress made Harry's blood boil. Yet another crime to lay at Erebus's feet. The public executions will be held in the central courtyard, Elara continued, pointing to the plans. It's his standard tactic, make examples of captured resistance fighters to discourage others from joining us. Then we need to stop them, Harry said firmly. Launch a rescue mission. Elara looked at him like he'd suggested they fly to the moon on broomsticks. With what army? Most of our fighters were captured in the raid. The rest are scattered, in hiding. And Erebus Fortress is the most heavily guarded location in Britain. Then we don't use an army, Harry replied. We go in small, just the two of us. That's suicide. Not necessarily. Erebus wants me alive, he made that clear. If I surrender myself, it creates a distraction. You and anyone else we can gather free the prisoners during the chaos. Elara shook her head. That's exactly what he wants. You, delivered right to him. And once he has you, what's to stop him from executing the others anyway? Before Harry could respond, one of the enchanted coins on the table glowed and vibrated. Elara snatched it up. Contact established, she said with relief. It's Luna. She and a few others escaped the main base before Erebus's forces arrived. They're at Rally Point Gamma. Can they get here safely? Elara nodded. She says they'll come after dark. Bringing medical help for Adams. Good. Harry turned back to the fortress plans, studying them intently. In the meantime, we need to develop a proper infiltration plan, not my half-baked surrender idea. They spent the next several hours analyzing the fortress's defenses, identifying potential weaknesses, and mapping possible entry points. The more they studied, the more daunting the challenge seemed. The fortress was a masterpiece of magical security, with layered wards, constant patrols, and anti-apparition barriers extending for miles. He's paranoid, Elara observed. But with good reason. There have been at least 6 assassination attempts over the years. Any close calls? Harry asked. 1, she confirmed. 3 years ago. A former enforcer who defected to our side managed to infiltrate his personal guard. Got close enough to cast the killing curse, but... She trailed off. But what? Erebus didn't die. Somehow, he survived the killing curse. Again. Harry frowned. That's impossible. Unless... A horrible thought occurred to him. Elara, did Erebus create Horcruxes? She shook her head. We've considered that possibility, but all evidence suggests not. After surviving the curse, he told his attacker, Death and I are old friends. We have an understanding. That doesn't make sense, Harry muttered. No one survives the killing curse without some form of protection. Maybe he found another way, Elara suggested. He's had decades to research dark magic beyond anything we understand. The conversation was interrupted by a subtle knock at the door, a specific pattern that Elara recognized. She opened it to admit Luna, accompanied by 2 others, a young man with East Asian features who was introduced as Li Chen, the Resistance's best healer after Luna, and a grim-faced witch named Freya who had apparently been part of the second extraction team. Thank goodness you're both safe, Luna said, embracing Elara briefly before turning to Harry. Any side effects from the Echo Essence? Nothing physical, Harry replied. But Erebus used our connection to track the resistance. He planted some kind of trace in my mind. Luna looked troubled. That shouldn't have been possible with the tether I created. He's innovated beyond standard magical theory, Lee commented as he moved to examine Adams. His understanding of mind magic is decades ahead of anything we've documented. Can you remove the trace? Elara asked Luna. Possibly, she said, studying Harry with those protuberant silver eyes. But it would require entering your mind, which could trigger the trace again, alerting Erebus to our location. Then we need to make that work for us, Harry decided. Use it as part of our rescue plan. Freya, who had been silently listening, spoke up. What rescue plan? We have maybe a dozen fighters left. The fortress is impenetrable. No defense is perfect, Harry countered. And we have something Erebus wants badly enough to risk exposing himself, me. He outlined his developing plan, a variation of his earlier surrender idea, but with crucial differences. Luna would attempt to remove Erebus's trace, but in a controlled way that would make it appear as though Harry was trying to sever the connection himself. This would draw Erebus's attention but wouldn't immediately reveal their location. Meanwhile, we use the time to gather what remains of the resistance and prepare a multi-point attack on the fortress, Harry continued. Not to defeat Erebus's forces, that's impossible with our numbers, but to create enough chaos to extract the prisoners. And the execution scheduled for tomorrow? Freya asked skeptically. Will be our opportunity, Harry explained. Erebus will be focused on the public spectacle. Security will be adjusted to accommodate witnesses. We use that window to infiltrate specific weak points we've identified in the plans. He pointed to several locations on the fortress schematics, service tunnels, maintenance access points, and a particularly promising water drainage system that ran beneath the central courtyard. It's still incredibly risky, Elara cautioned. And depends on perfect timing. We don't have the luxury of a perfect plan, Harry replied. Just a necessary one. Luna studied the plans thoughtfully. It could work. Especially if we add a diversion outside the fortress walls, something spectacular enough to draw attention away from our infiltration teams. I have some ideas about that, Lee said with a grim smile. Been saving a few special concoctions for the right moment. They spent the next few hours refining the plan, sending messages to scattered resistance members, and preparing what equipment they had available. As midnight approached, Luna took Harry aside for the delicate process of manipulating Erebus's mental trace. This will be uncomfortable, she warned as they sat facing each other in a small bedroom. I need you to lower your occlumency shields just enough for me to enter, but not so completely that Erebus gets full access. Harry nodded. I'm ready. Luna placed her hand on his forehead, her touch surprisingly cool. Legilimens, she whispered. Harry felt her presence enter his mind, gentle, inquisitive, nothing like the brutal force Snape had used during his occlumency lessons. Luna's consciousness moved carefully through his thoughts, searching for Erebus's trace. There, she murmured after several minutes. I can see it. Like a thread of black fire connecting to something distant. Harry could sense it too now that she'd identified it, an alien presence nestled deep in his mind, pulsing with dark energy. It felt simultaneously foreign and familiar, repulsive yet somehow resonant with his own magic. I'm going to modify it, Luna explained. Not remove it completely, that would alert him immediately, but alter it to send false information. Her mind worked with surprising precision, weaving subtle changes into the trace. Harry felt occasional flashes of resistance as the connection fought against her tampering. He's embedded it deeply, Luna said, strain evident in her voice. More sophisticated than I expected. Almost as if. She trailed off, her focus intensifying. Almost as if what? Harry asked mentally. Almost as if he's been preparing for this for years, Luna replied. This trace didn't just happen during your recent connection. The groundwork was already there, waiting to be activated. That was a disturbing thought. How could Erebus have prepared a connection to Harry's mind years before Harry accidentally traveled to this time? Unless. Luna, Harry said urgently, what if this wasn't an accident? What if Erebus engineered the whole thing, created the time device specifically to bring me here? Luna's presence in his mind faltered momentarily as she considered this. It would explain the sophistication of the trace. And why the device was keyed to your magical signature. But why would he want me here? Wouldn't changing the past threaten his existence? Not if he ensures you make the same choices he did, Luna reasoned. By bringing you here, showing you the future, influencing you directly. The implications were staggering. Harry's entire journey to the future could be part of Erebus's plan, not to prevent his rise, but to guarantee it. We need to be careful, Luna warned. If he's gone to these lengths, he's anticipated our countermoves. She continued her delicate work on the trace, finally pulling back from Harry's mind after nearly an hour. Both were exhausted from the mental exertion. It's done, Luna said, wiping sweat from her brow. I've modified the trace to feed him false information about your location and activities. It won't fool him forever, but it should give us the time we need. And the plan? Proceeds as discussed. But Harry. Luna's expression turned serious. Be prepared for Erebus to be several steps ahead. He's had decades to plan for this moment. That wasn't a comforting thought, but Harry had faced seemingly impossible odds before. He would do whatever it took to save Ron and the others, and to ensure he never became the monster waiting at the fortress. The night passed quickly as final preparations were made. By dawn, they had established contact with 32 surviving Resistance members and coordinated their roles in the rescue operation. Lee and Freya left to gather specialized equipment and recruit additional help from Resistance sympathizers. Elara worked with Harry to modify their appearance, subtle transfigurations that wouldn't immediately identify them to Erebus's forces. Harry's distinctive scar was covered with a specialized glamour charm developed specifically to fool magical detection. The execution is scheduled for sunset, Elara said as they reviewed the timing once more. That gives us approximately 10 hours to finalize everything and get into position. Harry nodded, examining his altered reflection in a small mirror. His hair was now brown and cropped short, his eyes a nondescript hazel. The changes weren't dramatic, but enough to prevent immediate recognition at a distance. "What about the prisoners?" he asked. "Do we know their condition? Location within the fortress?" "Standard procedure is to hold them in the dungeon level until just before the execution," Elara explained. "Based on previous events, they'll be weakened but alive. Erebus prefers his examples to be recognizable." The clinical way she discussed these horrors spoke volumes about how long she'd been fighting this war. Harry wondered if he could have maintained his humanity through years of such brutality. Then again, apparently he hadn't, he'd become Erebus instead. "You're brooding again," Elara observed. "Just thinking about what it takes to become him," Harry replied. "What I might be capable of under the right circumstances." "We're all capable of darkness," she said simply. "The difference is in the choices we make. And if those choices are already predetermined? If this whole time travel situation is just fulfilling a loop that creates Erebus?" Elara considered this. "Then we break the loop. Change something fundamental." "How do you change fate?" "By refusing to accept it." She checked her watch. "Time to move. First team should be in position by now." They left the safe house after ensuring Adams was stable and comfortable. Luna had already departed to coordinate the diversionary teams. According to the plan, Harry and Elara would infiltrate the fortress through the drainage system, timing their entry to coincide with both the external diversion and the movement of prisoners to the execution yard. "Remember," Elara said as they prepared to apparate to their first checkpoint, "once we're inside, we'll have approximately 30 minutes to locate the prisoners and initiate extraction. After that, Erebus will realize something's wrong and lock down the entire fortress." 30 minutes to save everyone and get out," Harry repeated. "No pressure." Elara actually smiled, a rare sight that transformed her serious face. "Just like old times, huh? Except the old times for you are still in your future. And hopefully will stay that way," Harry added grimly. They apparat to a series of predetermined points, gradually approaching the fortress while avoiding detection. As they drew closer, Harry got his first glimpse of what had once been Hogwarts. The sight hit him like a physical blow. Where the majestic castle had stood for 1,000 years, a dark monstrosity now rose against the sky. Black stone towers stabbed upward like accusing fingers, surrounded by walls bristling with magical defenses. The warm, welcoming magic of Hogwarts had been replaced by an oppressive aura of dark power that was palpable even at a distance. "Merlin," Harry whispered, a lump forming in his throat. "What did he do?" "Rebuilt it in his own image," Elara said quietly. The desecration of Hogwarts was perhaps his most symbolic act, a statement that the old ways were dead. Harry tore his gaze away from the fortress, forcing himself to focus on the mission. They made their way to the edge of the Black Lake, which remained largely unchanged despite the transformation of the castle. According to the plans, an underwater drainage tunnel provided access to the lower levels of the fortress, protected by wards but less heavily monitored than other entry points. "Bubblehead charms," Elara instructed. "The tunnel is approximately 300 meters long. Stay close to me, there are several branches that lead to dead ends or worse. They cast the charms and waded into the cold water. Harry followed Elara beneath the surface, illuminating their path with a subtle lumos that wouldn't attract attention from above. The drainage tunnel was narrow and cramped, forcing them to swim single file through murky water. Several times they encountered magical barriers that Elara disabled with practiced efficiency. Harry was impressed by her expertise, clearly the result of years fighting against Erebus's security systems. After what seemed like an eternity of swimming through increasingly confined spaces, they reached a vertical shaft with metal rungs embedded in the wall. Elara cancelled her bubblehead charm as they emerged from the water into a small air pocket. "Service access," she whispered. "Leads to the old Slytherin dungeon area, now used for storage and prisoner holding." They climbed the slippery rungs, emerging into a dimly lit stone corridor that painfully reminded Harry of Hogwarts despite the oppressive changes. The familiar stonework was now etched with dark runes, and the torches burned with unnatural green fire that gave off little heat. Elara checked a specialized watch. 20 minutes until the diversion begins. We need to locate the prisoners. They moved carefully through the corridors, avoiding the occasional patrol of enforcers. Harry had to fight the disorienting sense of navigating a twisted version of a place he knew intimately. Corridors that should have led to classrooms now ended in barracks for Erebus's forces or storage rooms filled with dark artifacts. Voices echoed from around a corner. Harry and Elara pressed themselves into a shadowy alcove as two enforcers passed, deep in conversation. All 17 scheduled for the courtyard. "Lord Erebus wants the blood traitor Weasley executed last, so he can watch the others die. Think he'll show up himself? Haven't seen him at an execution in months. This one's special. Biggest resistance capture in years. Plus, rumors say he's hunting his younger self who somehow appeared in our time." The enforcers moved out of earshot, leaving Harry and Elara with valuable confirmation that Ron and the others were still alive and scheduled for execution as they'd assumed. "Courtyard route will be heavily guarded," Elara whispered. "But they'll have to bring the prisoners up from the cells soon. If we can intercept the transfer." Harry nodded. "We need to find the holding cells quickly." They continued deeper into the dungeon level, following Elara's memory of the fortress plans. The old potions classroom area had been converted into a prison block, with heavily warded cells replacing what had once been educational spaces. As they approached the main detention area, a commotion erupted from above, the unmistakable sounds of explosions and magical combat. "The diversion started early," Elara said, checking her watch with a frown. "Something must have gone wrong." They quickened their pace, no longer having the luxury of cautious movement. Rounding a corner, they came face to face with 3 enforcers rushing toward the sound of the disturbance. "Intruders," one shouted, raising his wand. Harry was faster. "Stupefy. Impedimenta." His spells dropped 2 of the enforcers while Elara dispatched the third with a silent curse that left him frozen in place. "We need to hurry," she urged, stripping the fallen enforcers of their uniform robes. "Put these on, they'll get us closer to the prisoners." Disguised in enforcer robes, they continued toward the detention area. The sounds of battle above intensified, suggesting Luna's diversion teams were creating significant chaos. They reached a heavily guarded doorway that presumably led to the holding cells. 4 enforcers stood at attention, looking anxious as the commotion above continued. "You two," one called to Harry and Elara. "What's happening upstairs?" "Resistance attack on the north wall," Elara replied with remarkable composure. "We're to move the prisoners immediately. Lord Erebus believes they may be attempting a rescue." The enforcer looked suspicious. "I've received no such orders." "They just came through," Harry said with authority. "Communications are disrupted by whatever spell they're using. Check for yourself if you don't believe us, but Lord Erebus will be displeased if the prisoners aren't secured when he arrives." The mention of Erebus's displeasure had the desired effect. The lead enforcer hesitated, then nodded. "Open the cells." We'll transfer them now. The massive door swung open to reveal a row of cells. Harry's heart leapt when he spotted Ron in the nearest one, battered but alive. Their eyes met briefly, and Ron gave an almost imperceptible nod of recognition despite Harry's altered appearance. "Move them out," the lead enforcer ordered. Standard restraints. Harry and Alara helped secure the prisoners with magical bindings, using the opportunity to whisper quick instructions to Ron. Drainage tunnel. Black Lake. 5 minutes. Ron's expression remained impassive, but he blinked once in acknowledgement. They began moving the prisoners, 17 in total, including Ron, Kingsley Jr. and other resistance fighters Harry recognized from the base. All showed signs of rough treatment, but none appeared critically injured. The procession had just reached a junction leading toward the upper levels when another explosion rocked the fortress, much closer this time. The enforcers looked increasingly nervous. "We should take the service corridor," Alara suggested to the lead enforcer. "More defensible if the resistance has penetrated the upper levels." He nodded agreement. "This way." Perfect. The service corridor was actually their planned escape route, leading back toward the drainage tunnel. Harry exchanged a quick glance with Alara, impressed by her manipulation. They had just turned down the corridor when alarms began blaring throughout the fortress. A magically amplified voice echoed through the stone passageways, "Security breach in progress. All prisoners to be secured in maximum containment. Lord Erebus is en route to the fortress." Repeat, "Lord Erebus is en route." The lead enforcer stopped. "Change of plans. We return to the cells immediately." "But the corridor ahead is more secure," Alara protested. "If we turn back, those are direct orders," he snapped, suspicious now. "And I don't recognize either of you. Show your identification badges." The moment of deception was over. Harry moved first, dropping the two nearest enforcers with rapid stunning spells while Alara engaged the leader. "Now!" Harry shouted to the prisoners. Ron, despite his bindings, launched himself shoulder first into the remaining enforcer, knocking him off balance long enough for Kingsley to deliver a vicious kick. Harry quickly removed the magical restraints from Ron and Kingsley, who helped free the others. "Perfect timing," Ron said, rubbing his chafed wrists. "Though I'm guessing this wasn't the original plan." "Diversion started early," Harry explained. "We need to move now, Erebus is coming." Ron's weathered face hardened at the news. "Lead the way." They hurried down the service corridor, Harry and Alara in front, Ron and Kingsley bringing up the rear to protect the weaker prisoners. The alarms continued blaring, and they could hear enforcers mobilizing throughout the fortress. Almost there, Alara encouraged as they reached the access point to the drainage tunnel. "Everyone down, quickly." One by one, the rescued prisoners descended the ladder into the water below. Harry and Ron remained at the top, guarding their escape route. "What happened with the original mission?" Harry asked quietly. "Walked right into a trap," Ron replied grimly. "They knew every detail of our plan, entry points, timing, even our emergency protocols. It was like Erebus was reading our minds." "In a way, he was," Harry admitted. "Through me." Ron's expression softened slightly. "Not your fault. You couldn't have known." A shout from the end of the corridor interrupted them. "There! Stop them!" A squad of enforcers rounded the corner, wands raised. Harry and Ron responded with a barrage of shield charms and counterattacks, falling into a natural rhythm despite the years that separated them in Ron's timeline. "Go!" Harry urged the last few prisoners toward the escape route. "We'll hold them off." Alara was helping a wounded fighter down the ladder when the air in the corridor suddenly grew cold. The advancing enforcers froze, then parted to make way for a tall figure in elegant black robes. Lord Erebus had arrived. "Hello, Harry," he said softly, lowering his hood to reveal that familiar yet strange face. "I've been looking for you." Harry stepped forward, placing himself between Erebus and the escape route where the last prisoners were still descending. You found me. Erebus smiled, a cold, calculated expression. Did you really think a simple mind trick would fool me? That Luna Lovegood's amateur modifications to my trace would go unnoticed. Worth a try, Harry replied, keeping his wand steady despite the overwhelming magical presence before him. And now you've led me to the last remnants of the resistance, Erebus continued. How convenient. Harry, go. Ron shouted, moving to stand beside him. Get down the ladder. I'll hold him off. So brave, old friend, Erebus said, his voice almost gentle. Still protecting Harry Potter after everything. Your loyalty was always your greatest strength, and weakness. Ron's face contorted with rage. You're not Harry Potter. Not anymore. I am more Harry Potter than I've ever been, Erebus countered. Freed from the constraints of others' expectations. From the lies of Dumbledore and his sycophants. Harry felt a surge of anger at the disrespect to Dumbledore's memory. You betrayed everything he taught us. He taught us to sacrifice ourselves for the greater good, Erebus replied coldly. I merely expanded the definition of sacrifice to include others. With a subtle flick of his wand, Erebus sent a pulse of magic that sealed the access hatch to the drainage tunnel. Elara, who had been about to climb down, was thrown backward. No more escapes, Erebus declared. This ends now. Harry assessed their situation rapidly. Most of the prisoners had made it down the tunnel, but Ron, Elara, and he were now trapped with Erebus and at least a dozen enforcers. You won't kill me, Harry said, stalling for time. You need me alive to ensure your own existence. Clever boy, Erebus smiled. But I don't need these two. He gestured toward Ron and Elara. Their deaths here would actually align quite nicely with my memory of events. That confirmed Harry's growing suspicion. This isn't just about capturing me. You orchestrated this whole thing, the time device, my arrival, everything. You're trying to close a loop. Very good, Erebus acknowledged. I remember standing where you are now, facing my future self. It was a pivotal moment in my development, the point when I truly understood what I needed to become. The implications hit Harry like a bludgeon. You're saying you always came to the future. That this is how it always happened. Time is circular, Harry. What you're experiencing now, I experienced 30 years ago. And like me, you'll return to the past with the knowledge that this future is inevitable. No, Harry said firmly. I refuse to accept that. I won't become you. Erebus sighed. I said the same thing. Yet here I stand. In that moment, Harry made a decision. If Erebus believed this encounter was predestined, part of a closed time loop that guaranteed his creation, then the only way to break the cycle was to do something his future self clearly didn't remember happening. Something drastic. Something that would change everything. Ron, Harry said quietly. Get ready to run. Ron's eyes widened as he recognized Harry's tone, the same one he'd used before making particularly reckless decisions during their Hogwarts days. What are you planning? He whispered back. Something stupid, Harry admitted. Then, louder, you're right about one thing, Erebus. This ends now. Harry raised his wand, but instead of pointing it at Erebus, he turned it on himself. Avada, no. Erebus's composed facade shattered. He lunged forward with impossible speed, his magic lashing out to knock Harry's wand aside before the deadly curse could be completed. In that moment of distraction, Ron seized the opportunity. Bombarda Maxima. The explosive spell hit the ceiling directly above the enforcers, bringing down a cascade of stone and dust. Elara simultaneously blasted the sealed hatch open again. Go! Harry shouted, ducking under Erebus's grasp and sprinting toward the escape route. Erebus roared with fury, his magic pulsing outward in a concussive wave that threw everyone off their feet. Harry crashed into the wall, his vision blurring from the impact. Through the haze, he saw Ron engaging Erebus directly, an uneven battle that his friend couldn't possibly win. Elara was crawling toward the hatch, bleeding from a head wound. "Harry, run!" Ron yelled as he barely deflected a curse from Erebus. "You're the only one who can change this." Harry hesitated, torn between escaping and helping his friend. In that moment of indecision, Erebus struck Ron with a silent curse that sent him crumpling to the ground. "No!" Harry raised his wand, but Erebus was faster, disarming him with a casual gesture. "Enough games," Erebus said, his voice hard. "You've always been willing to sacrifice yourself, Harry. But are you willing to sacrifice them?" He pointed toward Ron's unconscious form and Elara, who was now pinned against the wall by an invisible force. "Let them go," Harry demanded. "It's me you want." "Indeed." Erebus approached slowly. "And I will release them, after you agree to come with me willingly. I have much to show you. Truths about our past and future that you need to understand." Harry glanced at Ron, then at Elara. Their lives hung in the balance. If he refused, Erebus would kill them without hesitation. If he agreed, "I'll come with you," he said finally. "But I want your word they'll be released unharmed." Erebus smiled. "You have it. Though you should know by now how easily words can be broken." "Not mine," Harry insisted. "Not yet." "Very well." Erebus gestured to his enforcers. "Escort these two to the surface and release them beyond the outer wards. They are not to be harmed." His cold eyes fixed on Harry. "You see. I can be merciful." As the enforcers moved to comply, lifting Ron's unconscious form and releasing Elara from her magical restraint, Harry met her eyes. She looked devastated, understanding that he was sacrificing himself for them. "Find a way back," she mouthed silently. "Change this." Harry gave an almost imperceptible nod before turning back to Erebus. "Where are you taking me?" "To see your future," Erebus replied. "Our future." As they walked away, Harry glanced back one last time at Ron and Elara. If this truly was a time loop, he would need to find its breaking point. And to do that, he needed to understand exactly how Harry Potter had fallen to become Lord Erebus. Even if it meant facing darkness he'd never imagined possible. Chapter 2, Shadows of the Future. Harry walked beside Erebus through the twisted remains of what had once been Hogwarts, now transformed into this monstrous fortress. Each corridor held ghostly echoes of his school days, now corrupted and defiled by dark magic. Where suits of armor once stood, shadowy sentinels watched with glowing red eyes. The moving staircases remained, but now they shifted unpredictably, designed to trap unwanted visitors. "Uncomfortable?" Erebus asked, noticing Harry's expression. "The familiarity mixed with difference can be disorienting." "You destroyed Hogwarts," Harry replied, unable to keep the accusation from his voice. Erebus shook his head. "I saved it. The institution had become corrupt, teaching half-truths and limiting magical potential. I merely removed the restrictions. They ascended what had once been the grand staircase, now a spiraling obsidian path lined with portraits that tracked their movement." Harry recognized some of the faces, ministry officials and prominent wizards who had apparently pledged loyalty to Erebus. "Where are all the old portraits?" Harry asked. "McGonagall? The founders? Dumbledore?" Something flickered across Erebus's face, a brief tightening around the eyes that suggested Harry had touched a nerve. "Preserved," he said after a moment. "In a private gallery." Their perspectives became tiresome. They reached what had once been the headmaster's office. The Gargoyle Guardian remained, but instead of the whimsical passwords Dumbledore had used, it responded to Erebus's magical signature, sliding aside without a word. The office itself had been expanded into a vast chamber. One wall displayed a massive magical map of Britain, tracking movement and magical signatures throughout the country. Another held countless shelves of books and artifacts, many radiating dark energy that made Harry's skin crawl. The desk, no longer Dumbledore's humble workspace, was an imposing slab of black marble. "Welcome to the nerve center of wizarding Britain," Erebus said, gesturing around the room. "From here, I monitor everything of significance that happens in our world." "Your world," Harry corrected. "Not mine." Erebus smiled thinly. "Semantics. Please, sit." A chair materialized behind Harry. He remained standing. Still defiant, Erebus observed. "Good. Compliance never suited us. What do you want from me?" Harry demanded. "Why bring me to this time at all?" Erebus moved to the enormous windows overlooking the grounds. The Black Lake shimmered in the distance, unchanged despite the transformation of the castle. "Because time is circular," he replied. 30 years ago, I stood where you stand now, asking the same questions of my future self. What you experience here shapes what you become. So I'm trapped in some kind of time loop. Destined to become you no matter what. Destiny is such a loaded word. Erebus turned back to face Harry. "Let's call it inevitability based on who you fundamentally are." Harry shook his head. "I don't accept that. I've seen what you've done, tortured and killed people who were once our friends. Created a world built on fear. I would never choose that path." "But you will," Erebus replied calmly. "Because you'll understand it's necessary." An enforcer entered after a respectful knock, bowing deeply. "My lord, the Resistance members have been released beyond the wards as ordered. Weasley required medical attention but will survive." "Excellent. Leave us." The enforcer bowed again and departed. "See." Erebus gestured toward the door. "I keep my word. Your friends are safe, for now. Until you decide they're not," Harry countered. "True. But that's the nature of power, isn't it? The ability to decide who lives and who dies." Erebus studied Harry's disgusted expression. "You still cling to the simplistic morality Dumbledore instilled in you. Good versus evil. Right versus wrong. The world isn't so binary, Harry. You'll learn that soon enough." "I already understand complexity," Harry shot back. "I know people aren't all good or all bad. That doesn't justify becoming a tyrant." Erebus waved a hand dismissively. "Tyrant, leader, protector, labels change depending on perspective. What matters is results. Under my rule, magical Britain has grown stronger than ever. Magical children are identified and removed from dangerous Muggle environments before they can be harmed. Magical research advances without the arbitrary restrictions of the old ministry. At the cost of freedom." "Freedom is an illusion," Erebus replied sharply. "We were never free, not as children locked in a cupboard, not as students manipulated by Dumbledore, not as Aurors bound by bureaucratic constraints while dark wizards escaped justice." The bitter truth in those words resonated uncomfortably with Harry. He'd felt those same frustrations, even in his limited time as an Auror trainee. Erebus sensed his uncertainty. "You see. Already you begin to understand. But words aren't enough. Let me show you what I've built." With a gesture, the enormous windows transformed into magical view screens showing different locations across Britain. Diagon Alley, Erebus indicated the first screen, where the shopping district appeared pristine and orderly, a stark contrast to the ruined version Harry had seen upon arrival. Crime-free. Safe for magical families. Under constant surveillance, Harry noted, spotting the enforcers patrolling the streets. Of course. Safety requires vigilance. Erebus shifted to another view. Hogsmeade, rebuilt after the massacre. The magical community there has tripled in size. Each view showed similar scenes, magical locations functioning efficiently, clean, orderly, but always under the watchful eye of Erebus's forces. "And the cost of this order?" Harry asked. "The detention centers. The executions. The fear I saw in people's eyes. Erebus's expression hardened. Necessary sacrifices. The resistance refuses to understand that their chaotic vision of freedom would return us to the dangerous instability of the past. Harry gestured to the map of Britain. And the Muggles? What's happened to them in your new order? They remain blissfully ignorant of our world, as always, Erebus replied. Though under stricter monitoring. Those who pose threats to magical children are dealt with. The casual way he described what was clearly a systematic program sent chills down Harry's spine. You're interfering with the Muggle world. The statute of secrecy remains technically intact, Erebus cut him off. But improved. Magical children are now identified at birth and monitored. At the first sign of Muggle mistreatment, they're removed and placed with magical families. Harry thought of his own childhood with the Dursleys. How many times had he wished someone would rescue him? But this wasn't rescue, it was control. You're playing God, he said quietly. I'm fixing what was broken, Erebus corrected. Something you'll understand soon enough. A subtle chime sounded, and Erebus checked a small device on his wrist. Ah, perfect timing. There's something I want to show you. Something that will help clarify your perspective. He gestured toward a door that appeared in the wall. After you. Harry hesitated, then walked through, finding himself on a winding staircase descending deep into the castle. Erebus followed, closing the door behind them. Where are we going? To see my most valuable possession, Erebus replied cryptically. They descended in silence, the air growing cooler with each step. Harry noticed the walls were lined with ancient runes that pulsed with subtle magic, protective spells of immense power. At the bottom of the staircase, they reached a circular chamber with a single pedestal in its center. Upon the pedestal rested a familiar stone basin. A pensieve, Harry observed. Not just any pensieve, Erebus corrected. This one contains every significant memory of my life, our life. The complete record of how Harry Potter became Lord Erebus. Harry approached cautiously. Why show me this? Because seeing is believing, Erebus replied. You doubt the necessity of my choices because you haven't experienced what drove them. These memories will show you. Harry stared at the swirling silver contents of the basin. If what Erebus said was true, this pensieve contained the answers he sought, the critical moments that transformed his future self into a monster. Knowledge that might help him break the supposed time loop. But it could also be a trap. A way for Erebus to influence him, to plant suggestions that would ensure his eventual fall to darkness. What guarantee do I have that these memories haven't been modified? Harry asked. Erebus smiled slightly. Clever. But unnecessary. I've no need to manipulate these memories, the truth is convincing enough. Besides, you of all people would recognize tampered memories, wouldn't you? After your experiences with Slughorn's altered recollections. That was true. Harry had learned to spot the telltale signs of memory modification during his hunt for Horcruxes. Fine, he decided. Show me. Erebus gestured to the pensieve. I'll join you for context, but the experience will be intimate. You'll feel these memories as if they were happening to you, because in a very real sense, they did. Or will. Harry steeled himself and leaned forward, touching his face to the silvery surface. The familiar sensation of falling enveloped him as the memory pulled him in. He was standing in the Auror office, 5 years after the Battle of Hogwarts. Harry, older now, in his early 20s, sat at a desk piled with case files, frustration evident on his face. That's the third coalition attack this month, Memory Harry was saying to an older Auror. And still the Wizengamot blocks our request for expanded investigation powers. Politics, the older Auror replied wearily. Half the Wizengamot is in Malfoy's pocket. The other half is too scared of appearing to restrict pure blood rights after the excesses of the last war. Present Harry felt the Memory Harry's emotions as if they were his own, the burning frustration, the sense of being hamstrung by bureaucracy while dark wizards operated with near impunity. The coalition wasn't openly using unforgivable curses or declaring blood superiority like the Death Eaters had, but their agenda was clear, gradually rolling back the post-war reforms and restoring pure blood privilege. The scene shifted. Memory Harry was at home, a comfortable cottage in what looked like Godric's Hollow. Ginny was there, her hair pulled back, dressed in Holyhead Harpies training gear. "Another late night?" she asked, kissing him briefly. "Coalition case," Memory Harry replied. "We know they're behind the attack in Bristol, but can't prove it. The evidence keeps disappearing, and witnesses suddenly can't remember what they saw. Memory charms? Or bribes? Or threats? Take your pick." He ran a hand through his hair, a gesture Present Harry recognized in himself. "It's Voldemort all over again, just more subtle. By the time people wake up to the danger, it'll be too late." Ginny squeezed his shoulder. "You'll figure it out. You always do." The timeline accelerated. Present Harry watched his slightly older self grow increasingly frustrated as the coalition gained political influence. Memory Harry began working outside official channels, conducting surveillance without proper authorization, using contacts in the Muggle world to gather information the Ministry couldn't legally obtain. Then came a pivotal scene, Memory Harry standing in Kingsley Shacklebolt's office at the Ministry. "I can't authorize these methods, Harry," Kingsley said gravely. "Veritaserum interrogations without Wizengamot approval? Tracking charms on private citizens? You're crossing lines we established for good reason. The same lines that let the Death Eaters infiltrate the Ministry last time," Memory Harry challenged. "The coalition is smarter than Voldemort was. They're using our own rules against us. Then we change the rules properly, through legislative process," Kingsley insisted. "Not by becoming what we fought against." Present Harry agreed with Kingsley, but he could feel Memory Harry's burning conviction that by the time proper processes worked, it would be too late. The scene dissolved and reformed. Memory Harry was now in a hidden room somewhere, meeting with a group that included Ron, Neville, and several other trusted former DA members. "The Ministry's compromised," Memory Harry was saying. "Not completely, not like before, but enough that we can't work entirely within the system anymore." "What are you proposing?" Neville asked. "A separate operation. Off the books. We gather intelligence, identify coalition members and supporters, build cases the Auror office can use." "Vigilante justice?" someone asked skeptically. "Information gathering," Memory Harry corrected. "We only act when there's no alternative, and only to collect evidence." Present Harry watched uneasily as his older self justified the first steps down a dangerous path. He recognized the logic, even sympathized with the frustration, but could see where it might lead. More scenes flashed by, Memory Harry's secret group scoring some successes against the coalition, identifying members, exposing operations. But the coalition adapted, became more secretive, more brutal against those who opposed them. Then came a memory that hit like a physical blow. Hogsmeade, on what had begun as a normal weekend visit for Hogwarts students. Memory Harry was there meeting Neville for a drink at the Three Broomsticks when explosions rocked the village. Present Harry experienced the chaos firsthand through his future self's eyes, the screams, the panic, the sickening realization that children were among the targets. Memory Harry raced into action, directing civilians to safety while engaging coalition attackers. He saw Neville fall protecting a group of third years, a killing curse hitting him squarely in the chest. Felt the rage that surged through Memory Harry at the sight of his friend's lifeless body. Then came the moment that changed everything, Memory Harry turning a corner near Scrivenshafts to find Hermione surrounded by three masked figures. She was already down, writhing in agony as dark magic coursed visibly through her veins. Unlike the standard Cruciatus curse, this spell left visible black lines spreading beneath her skin like toxic veins. Memory Harry dispatched the attackers with a ferocity Present Harry had never expressed, but the damage was done. When he reached Hermione, she was barely conscious, blood trickling from her eyes and ears. "Harry," she gasped, her voice distorted by pain. "Can't feel, burning inside." The scene shifted to St. Mungo's. Ron pacing frantically while healers worked on Hermione in the next room. Memory Harry sitting silently, his face set in an expression present Harry had never seen in the mirror, cold, calculating rage. "Unknown dark magic," a healer explained when she finally emerged. "Similar to a curse from the Caro family grimoire, but modified. It's attacking her magical core, using her own power to cause progressive damage to her nervous system." "Can you stop it?" Ron asked, his voice breaking. "We're trying everything. But it's not looking good. I'm sorry." Days passed in a blur of hospital visits. Present Harry watched helplessly as Hermione deteriorated, her brilliant mind remaining intact while her body failed. The pain potions stopped working. The screams when the curse flared were unbearable. After 2 weeks, she asked to speak to Harry and Ron alone. "I can't," she whispered, her once vibrant eyes now dull with pain. "I can't keep fighting it. The pain, it never stops." "The healers say there's a new treatment coming from America," Ron said desperately. "Just a few more days." "No," Hermione's voice was surprisingly firm. "I've researched everything they've tried. Everything they're planning to try. This curse was designed to be irreversible. To make the victims suffer as long as possible." Memory Harry took her hand. Present Harry felt the storm of emotions raging inside his future self, grief, rage, and terrible understanding of what she was asking. "Please," she whispered. "Let me go while I'm still me. Before the pain takes even that away." The memory blurred, too painful even for Erebus to revisit completely. When it cleared, Present Harry found himself witnessing the aftermath. Ron collapsed in grief, being sedated by healers, while Memory Harry stood utterly still, something fundamental having broken inside him. The next memory showed Memory Harry in what appeared to be the Department of Mysteries, accessing restricted archives on dark magic. Then meeting with unsavory contacts in Nocturne Alley. Experimenting with spells that made Present Harry's skin crawl. He watched his future self begin a methodical hunt for those responsible for the Hogsmeade attack. Not to arrest them, to make them suffer. Memory Harry's first kill wasn't planned, a coalition member resisted, fired a killing curse that narrowly missed, and something snapped. Memory Harry responded with a cutting curse so powerful it nearly severed the man's torso. He should have been horrified, Present Harry thought. But in the memory, his future self just felt satisfied. More scenes followed, showing Memory Harry's gradual transformation. The methods grew darker. The justifications came easier. Friends began to distance themselves, concerned about the changes in him. Ginny left after a particularly brutal argument about what was becoming acceptable in the name of justice. "I don't recognize you anymore, Harry," she said, tears streaming down her face. "You're becoming what we fought against." "What we fought against is gaining power again," Memory Harry replied coldly. "While everyone wrings their hands about proper procedure." Present Harry watched in growing horror as his future self isolated himself from nearly everyone who had once kept him grounded. Ron remained the longest, lost in his own grief and initially supportive of Harry's mission against the coalition. But eventually, even Ron grew concerned. "This isn't what Hermione would have wanted," Ron said during one confrontation. "Using dark magic, torturing suspects, Hermione is dead because we played by the rules while they didn't," Memory Harry snapped. "I won't make that mistake again." The decisive break came when Memory Harry, now working completely outside the law, staged an attack on a coalition gathering that resulted in civilian casualties. He showed no remorse, describing the deaths as collateral damage in a war nobody else has the courage to fight. Ron walked away that night. Memory Harry let him go, already planning his next move, creating the persona of Lord Erebus, a mysterious new threat that would justify emergency powers. Present Harry felt physically ill watching the calculated way his future self manipulated public fear. Memory Harry maintained his aura position while secretly orchestrating attacks attributed to this new dark wizard, then pushed for increasingly extreme security measures to combat the threat he himself had created. When Kingsley began investigating inconsistencies in the Erebus case, Memory Harry planted evidence linking the minister to coalition supporters. The resulting scandal forced Kingsley's resignation, leaving a power vacuum that Memory Harry, now seen as the hero fighting against both the coalition and Erebus, was uniquely positioned to fill. The Wisingamot appointed him Emergency Security Director with unprecedented authority. Within months, he had effectively dismantled most of the post-war democratic reforms, all while maintaining the fiction that these changes were temporary measures necessary to combat the dual threats. Present Harry watched in dismay as Memory Harry finally revealed himself as Lord Erebus in a carefully orchestrated confrontation that eliminated his remaining political opponents while cementing his control. The justification he offered the public was chillingly believable. Only by controlling both sides of the conflict could he truly end it once and for all. The coalition thrived because we constrained ourselves with outdated moral frameworks, Memory Harry explained in a national broadcast. Lord Erebus demonstrated the effectiveness of operating without those constraints. Now, united as one, we will create a magical Britain that is truly secure. The final memories showed the systematic elimination of resistance, including the confrontation with Ginny and her brothers that Ron had described. Present Harry couldn't bear to watch as Memory Harry ordered the attack on the safe house where she had taken refuge, resulting in the deaths of Percy and Bill. The pensieve finally released him, and Harry stumbled backward, gasping for air. The weight of witnessing his own moral collapse left him shaken to his core. What disturbed him most wasn't the darkness his future self had embraced, but how logical each step had seemed in the moment, a gradual descent paved with righteous intentions. Erebus watched him calmly. Now you understand. I understand that grief and rage poisoned you, Harry replied, struggling to separate himself from the emotions he'd experienced in the memories. That I made choices that led to this. But that doesn't make it inevitable. Doesn't it? Erebus raised an eyebrow. You felt what I felt. The frustration as the system failed. The pain of losing those we loved. The seductive clarity of setting aside moral constraints that protected only the guilty. I felt it, Harry acknowledged. But feelings don't justify actions. You could have chosen differently at any point. Erebus smiled thinly. Yet I didn't. And neither will you. That's the beauty of this moment, Harry. I remember standing where you stand, saying the exact words you're saying. The circle continues unbroken. Harry's mind raced, looking for a flaw in the logic, a way to break the supposed loop. If that's true, then why bother with any of this? Why show me the memories if the outcome is predetermined? Because it's necessary for you to understand. To begin processing what you must become. Erebus moved toward the staircase. Come, you need rest. We'll continue tomorrow. Harry followed, still reeling from the memories but determined to find a weakness in Erebus's certainty. There had to be a way to change the future, his future. The alternative was unacceptable. Erebus provided Harry with luxurious quarters in what had once been the Gryffindor Tower. The circular room maintained the familiar layout but was now decorated in somber blacks and silvers rather than the warm reds and golds Harry remembered. A large window overlooked the grounds, though Harry suspected it was enchanted to prevent escape. You'll find everything you need here, Erebus said. Clothes, food, reading materials. Consider yourself an honored guest rather than a prisoner. A gilded cage is still a cage, Harry replied. Erebus smiled slightly. Always defiant. Rest well, younger self. Tomorrow, I'll show you more of what I've built. After he left, Harry immediately began testing the boundaries of his confinement. As expected, the window was magically sealed. The door would open, but enforcers stationed outside politely but firmly prevented him from wandering. His wand remained in Erebus's possession. Harry paced the room, processing everything he'd seen in the Pensieve. The progression from righteous Auror to Dark Lord had been disturbingly plausible. He could trace the logic of each decision, see how pain and frustration had gradually eroded his future self's moral boundaries. But it doesn't have to happen that way, he muttered to himself. I can make different choices. Yet doubt nagged at him. If time truly was circular, if he was living through events that Erebus remembered experiencing from the opposite perspective, was free will just an illusion? Was he destined to become the monster who had shown him those memories? A soft chime interrupted his thoughts. A portion of the wall shimmered and transformed into a serving table laden with food and drink. Harry approached cautiously, his stomach growling despite his suspicion. He hadn't eaten since before the failed rescue mission. The food appeared normal: roast chicken, potatoes, vegetables, treacle tart, familiar Hogwarts fare. After casting a few detection charms wandlessly, Harry decided it was safe enough and began to eat. As he did, he continued analyzing his situation. Erebus clearly believed Harry's presence here was part of a predestined cycle. That meant Erebus himself had once stood where Harry stood now, viewing the memories of his own future. If that was true, then Erebus would anticipate Harry's every move, every attempt to change the timeline. Unless... Harry paused mid-bite as a realization struck him. If Erebus was showing him these memories to ensure he followed the same path, then perhaps the key was in what Erebus chose not to show. The gaps or inconsistencies in the narrative might reveal vulnerabilities in the supposed time loop. With renewed determination, Harry finished his meal and began methodically examining his quarters, searching for anything he might use. No wand, but perhaps wandless magic would be enough for small tasks. He'd never mastered it the way Dumbledore had, but necessity was a powerful motivator. Night fell, and Harry stood at the window, staring out at the transformed grounds of what had once been Hogwarts. Somewhere out there, Ron and Alara were hopefully regrouping with the surviving Resistance members. He wondered if they would attempt another rescue or focus on protecting the prisoners they'd managed to free. Alara's parting words echoed in his mind: find a way back. Change this. He intended to, somehow. But first, he needed to understand exactly how the time loop worked and where its weaknesses might lie. With that goal in mind, Harry finally lay down on the ornate four-poster bed, though he didn't expect to sleep. To his surprise, exhaustion claimed him almost immediately. Harry woke to the sound of his door opening. Sunlight streamed through the window, suggesting he'd slept through the night. A young enforcer entered, carrying a tray of breakfast and a set of robes. Lord Erebus requests your presence in 1 hour, she said, setting down the tray. These clothes are for you. Harry sat up, studying her. She couldn't have been more than 20, yet wore the lightning bolt emblem with evident pride. What's your name? The question seemed to startle her. Ellis, sir. Mira Ellis. Why do you serve him, Mira? She blinked, clearly uncomfortable with the direct question. Lord Erebus saved my family. I'm Muggle-born. Before his reforms, my parents were almost killed by Coalition sympathizers. His enforcers protected us, brought me into the magical world early. Her chin lifted slightly. I owe him everything. This glimpse into Erebus's support base was revealing. He hadn't maintained power through fear alone, there were people who genuinely believed in him, who had benefited from his rule. Thank you for your honesty, Harry said. And the breakfast. She nodded and left, the door closing automatically behind her. Harry ate quickly, then examined the provided clothing, black robes similar to what Erebus wore, though without the elaborate silver embroidery. The message was clear: Erebus saw them as two versions of the same person. Defiantly, Harry opted to keep his own clothes, transfiguring them to appear cleaner but refusing the symbolic alignment the new robes represented. When the enforcer returned to escort him, she frowned at his choice but said nothing. She led him through the transformed castle to a section Harry didn't immediately recognize until they stepped outside onto what had once been the Quidditch pitch. The stadium was gone, replaced by a vast training ground where dozens of young witches and wizards, most appearing to be Hogwarts age, practiced combat magic under the supervision of adult enforcers. The spells being taught went well beyond standard defense against the dark arts, including curses Harry associated with dark wizards. Erebus stood at the edge of the field, observing the training with evident satisfaction. He turned as Harry approached. "Ah, good morning. I see you declined the robes." "Not my style," Harry replied. "Yet," Erebus said with a thin smile. "What do you think of my academy?" Harry watched as a girl no older than 15 successfully cast a curse that caused her training dummy to wither and blacken. "You're teaching children dark magic." "I'm teaching them effective magic," Erebus corrected. The artificial distinction between dark and light spells is a construct designed to limit magical potential. Magic itself is neutral, only intent determines its nature. "Some spells are designed solely to cause pain and destruction," Harry countered. "There's nothing neutral about the Cruciatus curse. Yet you used it yourself, did you not? Against Amicus Carrow, after he spat at McGonagall." Erebus raised an eyebrow. "Was that evil?" Harry remembered the incident with uncomfortable clarity, the righteous rage he'd felt, the satisfaction when the Death Eater collapsed in pain. "It wasn't my finest moment," he admitted. "But it was effective," Erebus pointed out. "As is the training these students receive. They will graduate fully prepared to defend our world, without the handicap of arbitrary moral restrictions." A young wizard approached, bowing respectfully to Erebus. "The demonstration is ready, my lord." Erebus nodded. "Excellent. Harry, I believe you'll find this interesting." They moved to a central area where the students had gathered in a circle around a raised platform. Upon it stood an older instructor and what appeared to be a seventh-year student. "Today," the instructor announced, "Cadet Blackwood will demonstrate mastery of controlled fiendfire." Harry started at the name. "Blackwood?" "Julian Blackwood," Erebus confirmed quietly. "Elara's cousin. Quite talented, though his loyalty required cultivation after his family's unfortunate choices." On the platform, the student, Julian, raised his wand with confident precision. Fiendfire. Cursed flames erupted from his wand, forming into serpentine shapes that writhed and snapped. Unlike the chaotic inferno Harry remembered from the Room of Requirement, these flames moved with purpose, circling targets indicated by the instructor without spreading beyond controlled boundaries. The display was impressive and terrifying. Harry had believed fiendfire was essentially uncontrollable, yet this teenager wielded it with remarkable precision. "Containment and extinction," the instructor commanded. Julian narrowed his eyes in concentration. The flaming beasts contracted, growing smaller until, with a final slashing movement of his wand, they vanished completely. The assembled students applauded. "Traditional wisdom holds that fiendfire cannot be fully controlled," Erebus commented. "Traditional wisdom is often wrong. With proper training, even the most volatile magic can be mastered." "To what end?" Harry asked. "Creating more efficient weapons for your army. Creating capable wizards and witches who understand their full potential," Erebus corrected. "Something Hogwarts never achieved." They continued touring the grounds, which had been transformed beyond recognition. The Forbidden Forest remained, though its edges had been cleared and regular patrols kept the more dangerous creatures at bay. New structures dotted the landscape, research facilities, barracks for enforcers, even what appeared to be a small village for support staff. "Impressive, isn't it?" Erebus said as they looked back at the fortress from the lakeshore. "A fully self-sufficient magical community. Protected, productive, purposeful. Built on the ashes of a school that stood for 1,000 years, Harry replied. A place that once welcomed all magical children, not just those who fit your vision. Hogwarts was compromised beyond salvation, Erebus said dismissively. The Board of Governors, the outdated curriculum, the petty house rivalries, all of it reinforced the dysfunctional system that allowed Voldemort to rise twice. They walked along the edge of the lake, trailed at a respectful distance by two enforcers. Harry noticed the giant squid still inhabited the water, tentacles occasionally breaking the surface. "You mentioned yesterday that time is circular," Harry said, changing the subject. "That you experienced what I'm experiencing now. If that's true, then you know exactly what happens next, what I say, what I do, how this all ends." "In broad strokes, yes," Erebus acknowledged. "Though the details blur with time. Then you know if I ever make it back to my own time. If I succeed in changing anything." Erebus smiled enigmatically. "That would be telling." Harry stopped walking. "If you truly believe this is all predetermined, why not tell me? It wouldn't change anything, according to your theory." "Perhaps it's predetermined that I don't tell you," Erebus replied. "Or perhaps there are small variations possible within the larger fixed pattern. The important outcomes remain consistent." "And what outcomes are those?" "That you return to your time carrying the seeds of what I become," Erebus said. "Changed by what you've witnessed here, beginning the transformation that eventually creates me." Harry resumed walking, mind working furiously. Erebus's explanation contained an inconsistency. If small variations were possible, then larger changes might be as well. The time loop might not be as fixed as Erebus claimed. "Tell me about the time device," Harry said. "The one that brought me here. Did you create it?" "An interesting question," Erebus replied. "The original device that brought me to my future was created by the Department of Mysteries, an experimental prototype that fell into Coalition hands. The one that brought you here is a recreation, modified based on my experience." "So you deliberately engineered my arrival?" "Of course. The cycle must continue." They had circled back toward the castle, approaching from a different angle that revealed a section Harry hadn't seen before, a walled garden with a single massive tree at its center. Something about the tree caught Harry's attention. It seemed to shimmer slightly, as though not quite solid. "What is that?" he asked. Erebus followed his gaze. "Something not relevant to our discussion. A personal project." But the flicker of emotion that crossed his face suggested otherwise. For a brief moment, Erebus looked almost vulnerable. Before Harry could press further, a messenger approached, bowing deeply. "My lord, you're needed in the communications chamber. Urgent matters require your attention." Erebus nodded. "I'll be there shortly." He turned to Harry. "It seems our tour must be cut short. My duties call." "The burden of tyranny," Harry said dryly. "The responsibility of leadership," Erebus corrected. "Guards, escort Mr. Potter back to his quarters. Ensure he has everything he needs." As the enforcers led Harry away, he glanced back at the strange garden and the shimmering tree. Whatever it was, Erebus's reaction suggested it might be important, perhaps even a weakness in his carefully constructed persona. Back in his quarters, Harry paced restlessly, processing everything he'd seen. The academy training children in dark magic, the efficient community built around the fortress, the true believers like young Mira Ellis, all of it painted a more complex picture than simple villainy. Erebus truly believed he was creating a better world, and for some people, perhaps he had. That made him far more dangerous than a power-hungry tyrant. Zealots convinced of their righteous cause were always the most difficult to defeat. Harry paused at the window, staring at the distant garden with its mysterious tree. Something about it nagged at him, like a half-remembered dream. He needed to get closer, to understand what it was and why Erebus had reacted so strangely. A soft knock interrupted his thoughts. The door opened to reveal the young enforcer, Mira, carrying a tray with lunch. "I thought you might be hungry," she said, setting it down. "Thank you," Harry replied, then added casually, "I enjoyed the tour this morning. The grounds have changed so much from what I remember." "You've been here before?" she asked, then caught herself. "Of course, you're him, from before. It's still strange to think about." Harry smiled, encouraging her to continue. "What about you? Did you attend the academy here? Yes, she said, pride evident in her voice. Graduated 2 years ago. Top of my class in protective enchantments. Impressive, Harry said sincerely. I noticed a garden during our walk, with an unusual tree. What is that place? Myra's expression changed subtly, growing more guarded. The Memorial Garden. It's private. Lord Erebus rarely allows visitors there. A memorial for what? She hesitated, clearly uncomfortable. It's not my place to say. Some things are personal, even for him. Of course, Harry backed off, not wanting to make her suspicious. I was just curious. The tree looked unusual. It is, she admitted. Created by Lord Erebus himself with magic most can't comprehend. They say it's connected to someone he lost. She straightened, becoming professional again. I should go. Is there anything else you need? No, this is fine. Thank you, Mira. After she left, Harry's mind raced with the new information. A memorial for someone Erebus had lost. The pensive memories had shown many losses, Hermione, Neville, others. But something about this felt different, more personal. He needed to see that garden up close. And to do that, he needed to get out of this room. Harry spent the next hours carefully testing the magical barriers containing him. The door wasn't physically locked, Erebus was too sophisticated for that, but layered enchantments prevented unauthorized exit. The windows were similar, and the walls themselves were warded against transfiguration or destruction. By evening, Harry had identified potential weaknesses in the door's enchantments. They were keyed to recognize certain magical signatures, Erebus's own and those of authorized enforcers. If he could mimic one of those signatures. The solution came from an unexpected source. When dinner arrived, delivered by a different enforcer, Harry noticed the man wore a small badge similar to the ones he and Alara had found on their pursuers in London. Up close, Harry could see it was more than just an emblem, it was an enchanted identifier. After the enforcer left, Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, closing his eyes to concentrate. He hadn't attempted serious wandless magic often, but desperation was a powerful motivator. Focusing on the lingering magical signature of the badge, he began a careful, slow transfiguration of a button from his shirt. The work was painstaking, requiring intense concentration to maintain the spell without a wand. After nearly an hour, sweat beading on his forehead, Harry opened his eyes to examine his creation. The transfigured button now resembled an enforcer's badge, radiating a weak magical signature that might, if he was lucky, fool the door's security enchantments. He waited until the castle grew quiet, suggesting it was late night. Then, holding the fake badge in his palm, he approached the door and pressed his hand against it, pushing his magic into the transfigured object to strengthen its signature. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft click, the door unlocked. Harry eased it open cautiously, peering into the corridor. 2 enforcers stood guard at the far end, facing away from his room. Moving silently, Harry slipped out and headed in the opposite direction, staying close to the shadows. Navigating the transformed castle was disorienting. Corridors ended where they shouldn't, staircases had been rerouted, and the entire layout had been altered to create a defensible fortress rather than a school. Harry relied on his innate sense of direction, working his way gradually toward the section where he'd seen the garden. Twice he had to duck into alcoves to avoid patrolling enforcers. Once, he used a subtle confundus charm, cast wandlessly with considerable effort, to convince a guard he was authorized to be in a restricted area. The wandless magic drained him quickly, making each spell a calculated risk. After nearly an hour of careful movement, Harry reached a window overlooking the garden. From this vantage point, he could see the massive tree more clearly. It wasn't actually a tree, he realized, but a magical construct shaped like one, a complex arrangement of swirling silver memories, similar to those in a pensieve but somehow stabilized into a semi-solid form. A memory tree. Something entirely new, created through magic Harry couldn't begin to understand. Finding access to the garden proved challenging. The obvious doors were guarded, and the windows overlooking it didn't open. Harry was considering more drastic options when he spotted a small maintenance door partially hidden behind a tapestry. It was locked, but a whispered Alohomora, focusing all his concentration into the wandless spell, caused it to click open. The narrow passage beyond led to a service area adjacent to the garden. Harry slipped through, finally reaching his goal. Up close, the memorial garden was breathtaking. Flowers from all seasons bloomed simultaneously, their scents mingling in impossible harmony. Soft magical lights hovered among the plants like fireflies. And at the center, the memory tree rose majestically, its trunk formed from swirling silver strands that occasionally coalesced into fleeting images. Harry approached cautiously, drawn by an inexplicable familiarity. As he drew closer, the swirling memories reacted to his presence, images becoming clearer, more focused. He recognized scenes: a bushy-haired girl raising her hand in class, a young woman bent over ancient texts in the library, two teenagers arguing over homework while a red-headed boy rolled his eyes in the background. Hermione. The entire tree was composed of memories of Hermione Granger. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" The quiet voice behind him made Harry spin around, heart racing. Erebus stood at the garden entrance, watching him with an unreadable expression. "How did you," Harry began, "know you would come here?" Erebus finished. "Because I did the same, when I was you." The circle continues. Harry turned back to the memory tree, understanding dawning. "You created this for her." "A repository for every memory I had of her," Erebus confirmed, moving to stand beside Harry. "Every conversation, every adventure, every moment. Preserved in a form more permanent than a pensieve, more accessible than photographs." For the first time, Harry saw genuine emotion in his future self, a profound grief that time had not diminished. "You loved her," Harry said quietly. "As a friend, always," Erebus replied. "As something more, perhaps, in time, had things been different. We'll never know." "Ron loved her too," Erebus finished. "Their marriage was happy, from what I observed. Until the attack." Harry studied the tree, watching as memories flowed and shifted, Hermione laughing, arguing, thinking, fighting alongside him through their years together. "This is why you fell. Not just because of what happened to her, but because you couldn't let her go." "I preserve what matters," Erebus said simply. "Memory is the only true immortality." "This goes beyond preservation," Harry observed. "The magic here is different. More alive." Erebus nodded, a hint of pride breaking through his usual control. "It took years to perfect. Combining elements of pensive magic with principles from magical portraits, stabilized by enchantments of my own design." "Can you interact with the memories?" "In a manner of speaking." Erebus raised a hand toward the tree, and the swirling memories responded, forming a more coherent scene: Hermione in the Forest of Dean during their Horcrux hunt, speaking passionately about something while gesturing with her hands. The image was so vivid, so perfectly Hermione, that Harry felt a lump form in his throat. "She would hate what you've become," he said softly. "What I might become?" "Yes," Erebus acknowledged, surprising Harry with his honesty. "She would. That knowledge is the one burden I cannot set aside, even after all these years." They stood in silence for a moment, two versions of the same person unified briefly by shared grief. "I didn't authorize your little excursion," Erebus finally said, his voice returning to its usual controlled tone. "Impressive wandless work with the badge and the locking charms. If you knew I'd come here, why not simply bring me?" "Some journeys must be made on one's own initiative," Erebus replied. "The manner of discovery shapes its impact." Harry turned to face his future self fully. "This tree, what you've created here, it shows that some part of the Harry Potter I am still exists inside you. That not everything has been corrupted. A comforting thought, Erebus said, though his expression suggested otherwise. But irrelevant to the larger reality. Sentiment changes nothing. It changes everything, Harry insisted. If you can still feel this, still honor her memory this way, then you can't truly believe all your actions are justified. Some part of you knows Hermione would be fighting against you if she were alive. Erebus's face hardened. You understand nothing. This garden, this memorial, it reminds me daily of why I made the choices I did. Why I continue to make them. The world that took her from us deserved to be remade. Into one she would despise. Into one where no other brilliant witch or wizard suffers her fate, Erebus snapped, Real anger breaking through. Where magical children are protected, where power is used rather than feared, where progress isn't hampered by outdated morality. Harry recognized the rationalization for what it was, a shield against the truth. You've twisted her memory to justify everything she stood against. How is that honoring her? The air around Erebus crackled with suppressed magical energy. For a moment, Harry thought he might attack. Instead, Erebus took a deliberate breath, regaining his composure. This conversation is pointless, he said coldly. You cannot understand decisions you haven't yet faced. In time, you will. Unless I choose differently, Harry countered. You won't. Erebus gestured toward the exit. Return to your quarters. We'll continue our discussions tomorrow. And if I refuse? Then I'll remove you forcibly, and this productive exchange of ideas will become considerably less pleasant. The threat in Erebus's voice was unmistakable. Harry glanced once more at the memory tree, then walked toward the exit. As he passed Erebus, he paused. She wouldn't want to be remembered this way, as the reason someone became a monster. She deserves better. Perhaps, Erebus replied quietly. But this world doesn't deserve her, so here we are. Guards escorted Harry back to his quarters, the tension between him and Erebus lingering like a physical presence. Once alone, Harry sat on the edge of his bed, processing what he'd discovered. The memory tree represented both a weakness and an insight. Erebus still felt pain, still honored Hermione's memory, however twisted his interpretation of that honor had become. That emotional connection might be exploitable. More importantly, it suggested the time loop wasn't as fixed as Erebus claimed. If he could still feel regret, still acknowledge that Hermione would disapprove of his choices, then part of him recognized that alternative paths existed. Harry lay back, staring at the ceiling. Tomorrow, he would push harder, probe deeper into the inconsistencies in Erebus's worldview. And perhaps find the key to breaking the cycle that supposedly bound them together. Harry woke early, his mind clearer after the revelations of the previous night. The memory tree had shown him something crucial, that despite Erebus's facade of cold certainty, emotional vulnerabilities remained. The man had built an entire magical monument to preserve memories of Hermione, suggesting her loss remained an open wound even decades later. After breakfast, Harry was surprised when Mira arrived instead of the usual guard. Lord Erebus is occupied with urgent business this morning, she explained. He asked me to inform you that your discussions will resume this afternoon. Trouble in Paradise? Harry asked casually. Mira frowned slightly. There are reports of resistance activity near Manchester. Nothing significant. But something in her tone suggested otherwise. Harry decided to push a little. The resistance seemed pretty thoroughly defeated after the raid. Who's leading them now that Ron Weasley's been captured? Mr. Weasley wasn't captured, Mira said, then immediately looked like she regretted the words. What do you mean? Harry asked, genuinely confused. I saw him taken during the escape attempt. Mira hesitated, clearly torn between maintaining security and correcting what she perceived as a misunderstanding. Mr. Weasley and the others were released, as Lord Erebus promised you. They've since rejoined what remains of the resistance. This was unexpected news. Harry had assumed Erebus would find a way to break his word while maintaining the pretense of honoring it, releasing Ron and Elara only to have them accidentally killed or recaptured. The fact that they were truly free and active again suggested either remarkable confidence or something more complex at work. "I see," Harry said carefully. "And these resistance activities have Lord Erebus concerned?" "Not concerned," Mira corrected quickly. "Nothing the resistance does truly threatens him. It's simply a matter requiring attention." "Of course," Harry agreed, not wanting to push further and make her suspicious. "Well, since I have free time this morning, perhaps I could see more of the fortress?" "Under escort, naturally." Mira looked uncertain. "I don't have authorization for that." "Just the public areas," Harry suggested. "The academy, perhaps?" "I was impressed by the students' skills yesterday." His apparent interest in Erebus's educational system seemed to reassure her. After a moment's consideration, she nodded. "I suppose that would be acceptable. Let me check with the duty officer." She returned shortly, confirming that a limited tour was approved. Harry followed her through the fortress, using the opportunity to better map its layout and security arrangements in his mind. The more he understood about his surroundings, the better positioned he'd be to act when an opportunity arose. The academy was in full session, with students of various ages practicing in specialized training rooms. Harry noticed the curriculum appeared comprehensive, not just combat magic, but healing, potions, transfiguration, and other disciplines, all taught with an emphasis on practical application rather than theory. "It's different from traditional Hogwarts education," Mira explained proudly as they observed a class practicing advanced shield charms. "Lord Erebus believes in teaching magic by purpose rather than arbitrary categorization. Students learn what they need for their intended specialization." "And who determines their specialization?" Harry asked. "Aptitude testing begins at entrance," she replied. "Students show natural inclinations that are then developed. Those with combat potential join the enforcer track. Those with research abilities enter development programs. Healers, administrators, educators, all identified early and trained specifically. And if a student wants to change paths?" Mira looked slightly confused by the question. "Why would they?" "The testing is quite accurate in identifying where each person will excel." The lack of choice was presented as a feature rather than a flaw, Harry noted. Efficiency over freedom, a theme that ran through everything Erebus had built. They continued through the academy, eventually reaching a large central atrium where older students gathered between classes. The space had once been the Great Hall, though it was now unrecognizable, redesigned with sleek modern architecture rather than medieval grandeur. As they crossed the atrium, a commotion erupted near one of the entrances. Enforcers rushed past, responding to some unseen disturbance. Mira tensed, hand moving to her wand. "Stay here," she instructed Harry, moving toward the source of the disruption. Harry had no intention of remaining passive. He followed at a discreet distance, using the confusion to blend with the crowd of curious students. Through the large entrance doors, he could see enforcers surrounding something, or someone, in the courtyard beyond. Slipping outside, Harry maneuvered for a better view. What he saw made his heart skip. Elara Blackwood stood in the center of the courtyard, wandless and surrounded by at least a dozen enforcers. Despite her precarious position, she appeared calm, almost defiant. "I invoke the right of parley," she was saying to the lead enforcer. "I have a message for Lord Erebus from the Resistance leadership." "Surrender completely and we'll consider delivering your message," the enforcer replied. "I've surrendered," Elara said evenly. "I came unarmed and alone, as required by the ancient customs of magical negotiation." Does Lord Erebus no longer honor the traditional laws of engagement? The invocation of ancient magical custom was clever, Harry realized. Such traditions carried weight even in Erebus's new order, creating a hesitation the enforcers wouldn't otherwise show. "Secure her and notify Lord Erebus," the lead enforcer finally ordered. "No restraints, but constant guard. Parley rights are acknowledged pending his decision." Harry watched as they escorted Elara into the fortress, mind racing with possibilities. Her appearance couldn't be coincidence, she must have known he was here, perhaps even expected him to see her arrival. But what was her plan? A rescue attempt seemed suicidal given the fortress's defenses. He retreated quickly as Mira reappeared, looking for him. There you are. You should have stayed inside. There's a situation. What's happening? Harry asked, feigning ignorance. A resistance member has arrived under Parley. It's nothing to concern yourself with. She gestured toward the door. We should return to your quarters now. Harry allowed himself to be led back, mind working furiously. Elara's arrival changed everything. Whatever message she carried, her real purpose had to be connected to him. The resistance wouldn't risk one of their key members unless something significant was at stake. Back in his quarters, Harry paced restlessly, waiting for news. Lunch arrived, but the enforcer who delivered it knew nothing, or claimed to know nothing, about Elara's arrival. It was mid-afternoon when Erebus finally appeared, looking slightly troubled but maintaining his usual composed demeanor. I assume you've heard about our visitor, he said without preamble. Word travels fast, Harry replied noncommittally. Even to gilded cages. Miss Blackwood has requested to speak with you, Erebus continued. As part of her negotiation. Harry raised an eyebrow. And you're considering allowing it? That seems unlike you. Parley has its rules, even in war. Breaking them has consequences I prefer to avoid. Erebus studied Harry carefully. I'm curious what she hopes to accomplish. Her stated purpose is to negotiate terms for the Resistance's surrender, but that's clearly a pretense. Then why entertain it at all? Information, Erebus said simply. What she doesn't say may tell us more than what she does. Additionally. He paused, something calculating in his expression. Additionally, your interaction with her may prove illuminating for both of us. You want to see if I've developed feelings for her, Harry guessed. If that might be a leverage point. Erebus smiled slightly. Perceptive. Yes, I'm curious about the nature of your connection. It wasn't part of my experience in this cycle. This confirmation of a deviation from Erebus's remembered timeline sent a surge of hope through Harry. If this was different, other changes might be possible as well. So I'll be allowed to see her. Under supervision, Erebus confirmed. In the East Tower conference room, in 1 hour. I'll observe, naturally, but won't intervene unless necessary. After Erebus left, Harry sat on the edge of his bed, thinking rapidly. Elara's appearance and this unexpected meeting represented both an opportunity and a risk. If this truly was a deviation from Erebus's experienced timeline, it might be a chance to break the cycle, but it could also be a trap, a way for Erebus to identify and eliminate threats to his predestined path. Whatever Elara's plan was, Harry needed to be ready to support it without revealing too much. And perhaps find a way to communicate information Erebus wouldn't immediately understand. The East Tower conference room was elegantly appointed with a long table, comfortable chairs, and large windows offering a panoramic view of the fortress grounds. Harry was brought there by 2 enforcers who positioned themselves at the door after he entered. A subtle shimmer in the air suggested monitoring charms were active throughout the space. Elara arrived moments later, also escorted by guards. She looked remarkably composed despite her situation, dressed in simple black clothing, her short silver blonde hair slightly disheveled but her posture straight and confident. Their eyes met, and Harry saw the barest hint of a signal, a slight narrowing that suggested caution. She was aware they were being monitored. Mr. Potter, she said formally. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. Miss Blackwood, Harry replied, matching her tone. I understand you've invoked Parley. That's a rare approach these days. Desperate times call for creative measures, she said, taking a seat across from him. The guards remained by the door, maintaining a respectful distance but clearly alert. I've been told you're here to discuss surrender terms, Harry continued the charade. That seems unlikely, given what I know of the Resistance. Elara's lips curved in a small, tight smile. Not surrender in the traditional sense. Rather, a negotiated resolution. The Resistance has suffered significant losses. Continuing as we have been is impractical. So what are you proposing? She leaned forward slightly. A compromise. Lord Erebus maintains his position, but with agreed limitations. Restoration of certain civil liberties. An end to the detention centers. Amnesty for Resistance members. It was a convincing performance, Harry thought. Anyone listening would hear a defeated adversary seeking the best terms possible in a lost cause. But the intensity in her eyes told a different story. And what does the Resistance offer in return for these considerable concessions? Harry asked. Information, she said simply. About magical artifacts recovered during our operations. Specifically, about the temporal device that brought you here. Now they were getting to the real purpose. Harry maintained his neutral expression, but his heartbeat quickened. What about it? We've been analyzing fragments recovered from the original prototype, Elara explained. With assistance from experts in temporal magic. Our findings suggest the device creates an unstable connection between 2 points in time. Lord Erebus already understands how it functions, Harry pointed out. He recreated it to bring me here. He understands how to use it, Elara corrected. Not necessarily its full implications. Our research indicates the connection it creates isn't a closed loop but a branch point, a divergence in the timeline. Harry fought to keep his expression neutral despite the surge of hope her words triggered. If she was right, if the time loop wasn't fixed as Erebus claimed. That's an interesting theory, he said carefully. But difficult to prove. Not necessarily. Elara reached slowly into her pocket, telegraphing the movement to avoid alarming the guards. She withdrew a small crystal vial containing what looked like liquid light. This is a condensed memory. Very specifically prepared. It shows the test results and theoretical models. She placed the vial on the table between them. The Resistance offers this information, and more, in exchange for the concessions I've outlined. Lord Erebus may examine it to verify its authenticity. Harry stared at the vial, understanding its true purpose wasn't the information it supposedly contained, but something else entirely. Elara wouldn't risk coming here just to deliver theoretical research. And how do you propose we proceed if Lord Erebus finds this information credible? Harry asked. A gradual implementation of agreed terms, she replied smoothly. Beginning with your release to Resistance custody as a show of good faith. One of the guards made a sound that might have been suppressed laughter. Harry ignored it, maintaining focus on Elara. That seems unlikely to be accepted, he said. Perhaps, she acknowledged. But it's a starting position for negotiation. The most important element is that both sides recognize the possibility of a different future than the one we're currently headed toward. Her words carried a double meaning Harry understood clearly. The Resistance had found something, or believed they had found something, that could break the supposed time loop Erebus insisted was fixed. I'll convey your proposal, Harry said. Though I have limited influence in this situation. Elara nodded. I understand. But sometimes even small influences can change the course of events. She stood, signaling the end of the meeting. I'll await Lord Erebus's response. As she turned to leave, she added, almost casually, oh, and Luna sends her regards. She mentioned that her garden has been flourishing this season. The silver bells are particularly vibrant. The seemingly innocent message contained meaning Harry couldn't immediately decipher, but he committed it to memory. I'll be sure to tell her I miss her garden when I see her again. Elara was escorted out, leaving Harry alone with the guards and the small vial on the table. He didn't touch it, knowing Erebus would want to examine it himself. He didn't have to wait long. Barely 10 minutes after Elara left, Erebus entered, his expression unreadable as usual. An interesting conversation, he observed, picking up the vial and holding it to the light. Though largely a waste of time. The resistance grows desperate if they believe such transparent maneuvers will succeed. What will you do with her? Harry asked, trying to keep the concern from his voice. Honor the parley, of course. She'll be released unharmed once this charade concludes. Erebus pocketed the vial. Though I'm curious what this actually contains. Unlikely to be legitimate research. You don't believe their theory about timeline branches? Erebus's smile was cold. I believe they'll grasp at any hope, no matter how theoretical. The human mind rebels against determinism, preferring the comforting illusion of choice. Or maybe they've discovered something you don't know, Harry suggested. Something that challenges your certainty. Unlikely, Erebus replied, though something flickered briefly in his eyes, a moment of doubt. I've spent decades studying temporal magic. The Resistance has neither the resources nor expertise to surpass my understanding. Then examine the memory and prove them wrong, Harry challenged. Erebus studied him for a moment. Your connection to Miss Blackwood appears to have deepened since your arrival here. Interesting. That's a deviation from my experience. Maybe that's because the loop isn't as fixed as you claim, Harry pressed. Maybe small changes can lead to larger ones. Or maybe such variations are themselves part of the predetermined pattern, Erebus countered. Temporal mechanics allow for minor fluctuations while maintaining critical fixed points. He gestured toward the door. Return to your quarters. I'll examine this supposed evidence and determine whether further discussion with the Resistance is warranted. As Harry was escorted back, his mind raced with possibilities. Elara's appearance and the vial were clearly part of a larger plan. The mention of Luna's garden and silver bells had to be significant, a coded message he needed to decipher. Back in his room, Harry replayed the conversation in his mind repeatedly. Silver bells. Luna's garden. What could it mean? Luna had never been particularly interested in gardening, unless you counted her father's unusual plants like the dirigible plum. Then it hit him, Luna's garden flourishing, silver bells vibrant. The memory tree in Erebus's garden was silver, and the imagery of bells was often associated with time or dimensional transitions in magical theory. Luna was telling him something about the memory tree, perhaps that it was key to understanding or breaking the time loop. The realization energized him. Now he needed to find a way back to the garden, to examine the tree more closely. And he needed to be ready when the Resistance made their next move, because Elara's parley visit was clearly just the opening gambit in a larger plan. Evening came with no word from Erebus. Harry's dinner was delivered by a silent enforcer who knew nothing, or would say nothing, about Elara's status or Erebus's reaction to the memory vial. Unable to sleep, Harry spent hours planning his next moves. If the memory tree was significant, he needed access to the garden again. His previous method of escape might work once more, but security would likely be tighter after Elara's visit. A soft chime from the door interrupted his thoughts. It swung open to reveal Mira, looking nervous. Lord Erebus requests your presence, she said quietly. Immediately. At this hour? Harry checked the clock, it was nearly midnight. Mira just nodded, clearly uncomfortable with whatever was happening. Harry followed her through the darkened fortress. Instead of heading toward Erebus's office or the garden, they descended to levels Harry hadn't visited before, deep beneath the castle. Where are we going? He asked. The analysis chamber, Mira replied tersely. They reached a heavily guarded door that opened to reveal a laboratory-like space. Magical equipment of various kinds lined the walls, and in the center stood a modified pensieve surrounded by monitoring devices. Erebus stood before it, his back to the door, studying something intently. Leave us, he commanded without turning. Mira quickly departed, closing the door behind her. Harry approached cautiously. You wanted to see me? Erebus turned slowly. His usual composure had slipped slightly, a tension around his eyes, a tightness in his jaw suggesting agitation. The memory Miss Blackwood provided, he began, gesturing to the pensieve, is not what I expected. What is it? Harry asked. A very specific type of memory extraction, Erebus explained. Not theoretical research as she claimed, but something far more interesting. A memory of you. Me? How is that possible? Not a memory of you now, Erebus clarified. But you from a potential future, one where you supposedly returned to your time and prevented my existence. Harry's pulse quickened. I thought you said that was impossible. That the loop was fixed. I said it was extremely unlikely, Erebus corrected. Though I admit this presents complications to my understanding. Show me, Harry demanded. Erebus gestured to the pensieve. By all means. Though I warn you, it's disorienting. The memory has been specially prepared to create a recursive viewing experience, you seeing a potential future version of yourself. Harry approached the pensieve without hesitation. If this was what Elara had risked herself to deliver, it must be crucial. He leaned forward, and the familiar falling sensation enveloped him. The memory crystallized around him, but in a strange, fractured way unlike normal pensieve experiences. He stood in what appeared to be the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, not Erebus's corrupted version, but the original, with Dumbledore's instruments softly whirring and Fawkes perched beside the desk. Behind the desk sat an older version of Harry, perhaps in his 50s, with grey streaking his still unruly hair. He wore professor's robes, and the walls displayed photographs of what appeared to be decades of students. Hello, Harry, Memory Harry said, seemingly looking directly at him. If you're seeing this, then the plan worked. Elara reached you in Erebus's fortress. Present Harry started. This wasn't a normal memory, it was a message, deliberately created and encoded to appear as research data. I know this is confusing, the older Harry continued. I'm you, but from a timeline where you succeeded in breaking the loop. Where you returned to 1999 and prevented the creation of Lord Erebus. He leaned forward, eyes intense. The first thing you need to understand is that Erebus is lying. The time loop is not fixed. The temporal device creates branch points, alternative timelines that can diverge significantly from the original. Memory Harry stood, moving around the desk. In my timeline, I discovered the key to breaking the cycle. It lies in Erebus's memory tree, the monument he created for Hermione. That tree isn't just a memorial, it's a temporal anchor, binding him to specific emotional states that reinforce his chosen path. Present Harry felt a surge of excitement. His intuition about the tree had been correct. The tree contains a modified version of the Resurrection Stone's magic, Memory Harry explained. Erebus found a way to combine it with pensieve technology, creating something that allows him to not just review memories but partially experience them again, keeping his grief and rage as fresh as when Hermione died. He paused, expression grim. It's why he never moves beyond that pivotal moment. Why he believes the timeline must be fixed. The tree itself is creating a local temporal loop around him, reinforcing his choices. The memory shifted, becoming less stable, as though fighting against some outside force. I don't have much time, Memory Harry continued urgently. The Resistance has determined that destroying the tree will break Erebus's connection to his fixed timeline. It will create a moment of temporal instability that you can use to return to 1999 with the knowledge needed to prevent his creation. The memory began to fragment further, pieces breaking away like glass shattering in slow motion. Find the golden core at the center of the tree, Memory Harry's voice became distorted. It contains the modified Resurrection Stone. Destroy it with, the memory collapsed completely, ejecting Harry back into the laboratory. He gasped, disoriented by the abrupt transition. Fascinating, isn't it? Erebus said, watching him intently. A clever attempt at manipulation. Creating a false memory of a supposed successful timeline to influence your choices. Harry steadied himself against the pensieve. If it's false, why are you concerned? I didn't say I was concerned, Erebus replied too quickly. Merely intrigued by the Resistance's desperation. The magical technique used to create this recursive memory is quite advanced. But Harry had seen the flicker of uncertainty in Erebus's eyes. The memory had affected him, challenged his certainty. The tree, Harry said. It's more than a memorial, isn't it? It's how you maintain your connection to the past, to the moment that created you. Erebus's expression hardened. The tree is a personal matter, not relevant to your situation. It's completely relevant, Harry pressed. You modified the resurrection stone somehow, used it to create a permanent connection to your grief and rage over Hermione's death. It's not just preserving your memories, it's preserving the emotional state that drove you to become Lord Erebus. Enough. Erebus's composure cracked. The laboratory equipment rattled as his magic flared uncontrollably. This pathetic attempt to manipulate me will fail. The Resistance clearly created this false memory to exploit your hopes for a different outcome. If it's so obviously false, why are you so angry? Harry challenged. Why not just dismiss it? Erebus regained control with visible effort. Because it represents a fundamental misunderstanding of temporal mechanics and the nature of what I've created. The tree is a memorial, nothing more. Then let me examine it, Harry suggested. Prove there's no golden core or modified resurrection stone. Out of the question. Erebus gestured to the door. This discussion is over. Guards. 2 enforcers entered immediately. Take Mr. Potter back to his quarters, Erebus ordered. Double the guard and strengthen the containment charms. As Harry was escorted out, he glanced back to see Erebus staring at the pensieve, his expression troubled. The memory had shaken him, perhaps because it contained more truth than he wanted to admit. Back in his quarters, Harry found security indeed enhanced. The door now glowed with additional enchantments, and he could sense more subtle wards throughout the room. Escape would be significantly more difficult, if not impossible. But that didn't matter. The memory had given him what he needed, understanding of the tree's true nature and its role in maintaining Erebus's version of reality. Now he just needed to find a way to act on that knowledge. And he suspected Alara and the Resistance were already working on that part of the plan. Morning brought no visitors, not even for meal delivery. Food appeared magically on the table, suggesting Erebus was limiting human contact. The isolation tactic was clear: prevent Harry from potentially influencing or recruiting staff while Erebus decided how to proceed. By midday, Harry had systematically tested every inch of his enhanced confinement, confirming his suspicion that conventional escape was no longer possible. The wards were too complex, the monitoring too thorough. He would need outside intervention or a significant distraction. When the door finally opened late in the afternoon, it was Erebus himself who entered, looking composed once more though with a lingering tension evident in his movements. I've released Miss Blackwood, as promised under parley, he announced without preamble. Though I've taken the precaution of placing tracking charms on her that she won't detect. Leading you straight to the Resistance, Harry guessed. Clever. Standard procedure, Erebus replied dismissively. Though I expect they'll detect and remove them eventually. It should provide enough data in the meantime. He conjured a chair and sat, studying Harry carefully. The memory she provided raises questions I've been considering. While I believe it to be fabricated, the underlying theory deserves examination. You mean the possibility that the time loop isn't fixed? Harry asked. The possibility of greater variation than I previously calculated, Erebus corrected. Not a complete break, but perhaps more flexibility within the established pattern. It was a small concession, but significant coming from someone so committed to his deterministic view. Harry recognized it as an opportunity to push further. If there's flexibility, then change is possible, he pressed. Which means your entire justification for bringing me here, to ensure I follow your exact path, is flawed. Not flawed, merely more complex than a simple predestination loop, Erebus said. The key events that shaped me will still shape you, regardless of minor variations. Unless one of those minor variations changes a key event, Harry countered. Like my understanding of the tree's true purpose. Erebus's eyes narrowed. The tree is irrelevant. Then why are you so defensive about it? Why not just show me it's an ordinary memorial? Because some things remain private, even between us. Erebus stood abruptly. This conversation is pointless. I came to inform you of a change in plans. Harry tensed, alert for whatever new development was coming. The time device that brought you here requires recalibration, Erebus continued. I'll be accelerating the process to return you to your time. This was unexpected. Why the rush? I thought you wanted me to fully understand our path. Circumstances have changed, Erebus said vaguely. The temporal readings show instability that needs to be addressed. You'll be briefed on the procedure tomorrow. He moved toward the door, then paused. One piece of advice, Harry. When you return, remember that every path you reject leads somewhere else, not necessarily somewhere better. With that cryptic statement, he departed, leaving Harry more confused than ever. The sudden change in plans suggested Erebus was concerned, perhaps even frightened, by the implications of the memory Elara had delivered. If Erebus was planning to send him back to 1999 soon, Harry needed to act quickly. The memory from his potential future self had been clear, destroying the tree's core was key to breaking the cycle. But how could he reach it while confined like this? The answer, he suspected, would come from outside. Elara's Parley visit and the memory delivery were clearly part of a larger resistance plan. He needed to be ready when their next move came. Harry spent the evening in meditation, conserving his magical energy and preparing mentally for whatever might happen. If an opportunity presented itself, he would have only moments to act. He woke suddenly in the darkest part of night, instantly alert though unsure what had disturbed him. The room was silent, the magical wards still humming their containment song around him. Then he felt it, a subtle vibration in the floor, so faint it was barely perceptible. Seconds later, a distant boom echoed through the fortress, followed by alarm spells activating throughout the structure. The resistance had made their move. Harry jumped from bed, pressing his ear to the door. He could hear enforcers running, shouted orders, the organized chaos of a security force responding to an attack. The guards outside his door were speaking urgently. Breach at the North Tower, all personnel to defensive positions, Lord Erebus demands the prisoner be secured in the lower levels. Harry stepped back, considering his options. Being moved to the lower levels likely meant deeper confinement, further from any potential escape. He needed to act before that happened. The door burst open, revealing 3 enforcers, wands drawn. Come with us, the leader ordered. Immediately. What's happening? Harry asked, deliberately stalling. Resistance attack. Move, now. Another explosion rocked the fortress, closer this time. The lights flickered momentarily. The enforcers exchanged nervous glances. Hands where we can see them, one said, gesturing with his wand. Any attempt at wandless magic will be met with force. Harry complied, raising his hands while scanning for opportunities. The enforcers moved to surround him, 1 in front, 2 behind. Standard prisoner transport formation. They hustled him into the corridor, moving quickly toward a stairwell that led downward. The sounds of battle echoed from above, spell fire, explosions, shouted commands. The resistance must be desperate to attack the fortress directly, Harry commented, trying to gauge the situation. Shut up and keep moving, the lead enforcer snapped. They descended 2 levels before another, much closer explosion shook the stairwell. Dust and small chunks of stone rained down on them. The lights failed completely, plunging them into darkness. Lumos, the enforcers cast simultaneously, their wand tips illuminating the narrow space. In that moment of confusion, Harry made his move. With a wandless Fumos, he filled the stairwell with thick smoke, then dropped to the ground as the enforcers fired stunners blindly. "Where is he?" one shouted. "Hominum revelio," another cast, but Harry was ready. "Confundo," he countered wandlessly, putting every ounce of concentration into the spell. It wasn't as powerful as it would have been with a wand, but in the chaos, it was enough to disorient the enforcer. Harry rolled between their legs, coming up behind them on the stairs. A quick, powerful shove sent two tumbling down the steps. The third managed to turn, firing a curse that Harry barely dodged. Expelliarmus. Harry cast, focusing his intent through his outstretched hand. To his surprise, the spell worked, weakly, but enough to make the enforcer's wand twitch in his grip. Taking advantage of the momentary disruption, Harry launched himself forward, tackling the enforcer against the wall. They grappled briefly before Harry landed a solid punch that left the man slumped unconscious. Harry quickly claimed the enforcer's wand, not a perfect match, but usable, and bound all three with Incarcerus spells before they could recover. The wand felt resistant in his hand, but it was infinitely better than wandless casting. Now he had to reach the garden and the memory tree. Based on his mental map of the fortress, he needed to go up several levels and across to the eastern section. With the fortress under attack, security would be focused on external threats rather than internal movement. Harry disillusioned himself, the spell weaker than usual with the mismatched wand but adequate in the current chaos, and began making his way upward through the castle. The scale of the attack became clearer as he moved. Entire sections of the fortress's outer walls had been breached, and fighting raged throughout the upper levels. The resistance had somehow mustered far more forces than should have been possible after their recent losses. Keeping to shadows and less used corridors, Harry avoided direct confrontation while steadily working his way toward the garden. Twice he had to pause and press himself into alcoves as squads of enforcers rushed past. Once, he was forced to stun a guard who nearly detected his disillusioned form. He finally reached the corridor leading to the garden, only to find it heavily guarded, 6 enforcers positioned defensively around the entrance. Erebus had clearly anticipated this might be a target. Harry considered his options. A direct assault would be suicidal, even with surprise on his side. He needed a distraction. As if responding to his thought, a massive explosion rocked the far side of the fortress. The guards tensed, and 2 moved toward the windows to assess the new threat. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Harry cast a series of spells in rapid succession, a noise-making charm to draw attention in the opposite direction, followed by a powerful confundus that confused 2 of the remaining guards into thinking they were under attack from behind. In the resulting chaos, Harry stunned 1 guard and disarmed another. The remaining 2 realized what was happening and directed concentrated fire toward his position, forcing him to dive behind a statue for cover. Intruder near the memorial garden, one shouted into a communications device. "Send reinforcements." Harry knew he had only moments before more enforcers arrived. In desperation, he transfigured the statue beside him into a swarm of bats that flew at the guards, creating enough confusion for him to cast a blasting curse at the ceiling above them. Stone and debris rained down, forcing the guards to shield themselves rather than pursue him. Harry seized the opportunity to sprint for the garden door, blasting it open with a powerful reducto. He tumbled through the doorway into the peaceful garden beyond. The contrast with the chaos outside was jarring. Here, soft magical light still hovered among gently swaying plants, and the memory tree stood serene at the center, its silvery branches swirling with preserved moments. Harry ran to the tree, wand raised. According to the memory, he needed to find the golden core, the modified resurrection stone that anchored Erebus's emotional state and, by extension, the supposed fixed timeline. "I wouldn't do that if I were you," came Erebus's cold voice from behind him. "Though I suppose, in a very real sense, I am you." Harry turned to find his future self standing in the garden entrance, wand drawn and eyes glittering dangerously. Despite the battle raging throughout his fortress, Erebus appeared calm, focused entirely on protecting his precious tree. "This ends now," Harry said firmly. The tree isn't just a memorial, it's a temporal anchor. It's how you maintain the emotional state that drives you to become this. He gestured at Erebus. By destroying it, I break the cycle. And destroy the last living connection to Hermione, Erebus added softly. Is that what you want? To erase her memory? The appeal to their shared love for Hermione was clever, but Harry wasn't swayed. Her memory lives in me, in us, naturally. This isn't preservation, it's perversion. You've twisted her memory into justification for becoming everything she fought against. You know nothing of what she would have wanted, Erebus snarled, his composure cracking. You haven't held her while she begged for death, haven't watched her brilliant mind trapped in agony. I saw it in your memories, Harry countered. And I know Hermione. She would rather be forgotten entirely than be remembered as the reason Harry Potter became a tyrant. Erebus raised his wand. Step away from the tree. Final warning. No. Harry stood his ground. This is where we diverge. Where I choose differently. With a cry of rage, Erebus attacked. The spell that erupted from his wand wasn't a simple stunner or even a cutting curse, but something far darker, a writhing mass of shadowy tendrils that sought to ensnare and crush. Harry conjured a shield, but the dark magic tore through it like paper. He dove aside, returning fire with every combat spell he could manage with the unfamiliar wand. Blasting curses, cutting hexes, stunners, all were deflected or absorbed by Erebus's superior defenses. You cannot defeat me, Erebus said, advancing steadily. I know every spell you know, plus 30 years more. Every tactic, every movement, every thought process. Harry backed toward the tree, mind racing. Erebus was right, in a direct duel, the outcome was inevitable. But he didn't need to win, he just needed to destroy the tree's core. Bombarda Maxima. Harry directed the explosive spell not at Erebus but at the ground near his feet. Soil and plants erupted, momentarily blinding his opponent and giving Harry precious seconds to turn to the tree. Up close, he could see what he hadn't noticed before, at the heart of the trunk, visible through the swirling silver memories, a golden glow pulsed like a heartbeat. The core. The modified resurrection stone. Reducto. He cast, but the spell merely rippled through the memory strands without affecting the core. It cannot be destroyed by common spells, Erebus said, recovering and stalking forward. It's protected by magic beyond your understanding. A commotion at the garden entrance drew both their attention. Elara burst through, followed by Ron and several resistance fighters. They all bore signs of battle, torn clothing, minor injuries, expressions of grim determination. Harry. Elara called. The sword. Use the sword. She threw something that glinted in the magical light. Harry caught it reflexively, a familiar ruby-encrusted hilt attached to a silver blade. The sword of Gryffindor. No. Erebus roared, unleashing a barrage of spells toward the newcomers. Ron and the others returned fire, creating a chaotic exchange that forced Erebus to divide his attention. Harry didn't waste the opportunity. Gripping the sword that had once destroyed Horcruxes, he turned back to the tree. I'm sorry, Hermione, he whispered. Then he plunged the blade directly into the golden core. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The tree erupted in blinding golden light as the core shattered. Memory strands unraveled violently, whipping around the garden like silver lightning. The ground beneath them trembled, and a high-pitched keening filled the air. Erebus screamed, not in rage but in genuine agony. He fell to his knees, clutching his chest as though physically wounded. What have you done? He gasped. The temporal disruption spread outward from the destroyed tree. Reality itself seemed to waver, edges blurring, colors shifting. Harry felt a pulling sensation, as though his very existence was being tugged toward some unseen point. The time device. Elara shouted over the cacophony. It's activating. Harry looked down to see the small hourglass device that had brought him to the future materializing in his hand, its rings spinning wildly, responding to the temporal instability. Erebus staggered to his feet, his face contorted with a mixture of rage and despair. "You cannot change what must be," he insisted, though uncertainty had replaced his former conviction. "I already have," Harry replied, feeling the device's pull strengthening. With a final, desperate lunge, Erebus grabbed for Harry, but his hand passed through as though Harry was already becoming insubstantial. "Remember," Erebus called, his voice fading as the temporal distance between them grew, "every choice leads somewhere. Change one monster, create another." The warning echoed strangely as the garden, the fortress, and even Alara and Ron began to dissolve around Harry. The time device burned hot in his palm, its rings spinning faster until they blurred into a solid disk. "Find me," Alara called, her voice distorted and distant. "When you return, find my family." Then everything collapsed into a single point of light, and Harry felt himself being yanked backward through time, carrying the knowledge of a future he was now determined to prevent. The last thing he saw before darkness claimed him was the look of combined horror and relief on Erebus's face, as if his future self couldn't decide whether to fear his own erasure or welcome release from what he had become. Chapter 3, Rewriting Destiny. Harry crashed back into reality like he'd fallen from a broomstick. His lungs burned, vision swimming with residual golden light as he gasped for air on a cold stone floor. "Potter! Potter, can you hear me?" A gruff voice cut through the disorientation. "Savage, the Auror trainer." Harry blinked, forcing his eyes to focus. He was back in the Ministry archives, sprawled where he'd fallen. The hourglass device lay beside him, its rings now motionless, looking deceptively ordinary. "What the hell happened?" Savage demanded, helping Harry to his feet. "You vanished for nearly 3 minutes. The suspect got away while we were trying to figure out where you went." 3 minutes. He'd spent days in the future, but only minutes had passed here. Harry's head spun with the implications. "The artifact," he managed, voice raspy. "It activated when I touched it." Williamson joined them, one trained on the device. "Some kind of advanced time-turner prototype. Department of Mysteries has been looking for this." "Where did it take you?" Harry hesitated. How could he possibly explain where he'd been? What he'd seen? What he might become? "I'm not sure," he lied. "Everything's jumbled. I need to sit down." The senior Aurors exchanged glances. "Medical first," Savage decided. "Time displacement can scramble your brain. Then debriefing." Harry nodded, allowing himself to be led to the Ministry's medical wing while his mind raced. He needed time to think, to plan. The future he'd witnessed couldn't be dismissed as hallucination or trick, it had been too detailed, too visceral. Erebus was real, and unless Harry changed something fundamental, he would become him. The healer found nothing physically wrong beyond elevated stress levels, but insisted Harry take a calming draft and rest. The debriefing with Robards, head of the Auror office, was brief. Harry maintained he remembered little, citing confusion from temporal displacement. Robard seemed skeptical but didn't press. "Take 2 days leave," he finally ordered. "Whatever happened, you need to process it. Report back Friday morning." Harry nodded gratefully and headed for the Ministry exits, desperate for fresh air and solitude. Outside, London bustled with normal late-afternoon activity, oblivious to the temporal drama that had just played out. The normality was jarring after the dystopian future he'd witnessed. Instead of heading to his flat, Harry found himself walking aimlessly, trying to organize his thoughts. The weight of what he'd learned pressed down on him. Somewhere in his future lay a series of choices that would transform him into Lord Erebus. Choices that began with grief and righteous anger but ended in tyranny. The memory from his alternate future self had been clear, the pivotal moment centered on the Hogsmeade massacre, specifically Hermione's death. That was the breaking point that started his descent. But when does it happen? Harry muttered to himself, ignoring the strange looks from passing muggles. How much time do I have? According to Ron's account in the future, the massacre occurred 15 years after Voldemort's defeat. That would place it around 2013, years away. But other elements had to develop first: his Auror career, the rise of the Coalition, his growing frustration with ministry restrictions. Harry stopped suddenly, earning an irritated, "Watch it, mate," from someone who nearly collided with him. He needed to document everything while the memories remained fresh. And he needed help, people he could trust with the insane story of his temporal journey. Ron and Hermione were the obvious choices, but caution made him hesitate. Future Ron had mentioned being initially supportive of Harry's extra-legal methods before eventually breaking away. And involving Hermione meant potentially altering her relationship with Ron or changing other aspects of their shared future. No, he needed someone with distance from the situation. Someone who could offer perspective without being directly involved in the events leading to Erebus. Luna. In the future, she had helped him understand the memory tree and had clearly been instrumental in the Resistance's plan. Even with one arm, she'd maintained her unique insight and courage. Decision made, Harry headed to the nearest apparition point and vanished with a crack. Luna's home, a smaller, newer version of the Lovegood Tower, sat on the same plot where her childhood home had stood before being damaged during the war. Colorful plants surrounded it, many species Harry couldn't identify, and wind chimes made from what looked like butterbeer caps tinkled softly in the evening breeze. Luna answered his knock almost immediately, as though she'd been expecting him. Her protuberant silver eyes widened slightly at his appearance. "Harry Potter," she said in that dreamy voice that somehow remained unchanged across the decades Harry had witnessed. "You have a temporal aura. Very unusual." Of course Luna would notice. "Can I come in? I need to talk to you about something, difficult to explain." "The best things usually are," she replied, stepping aside to welcome him. The interior was exactly what Harry might have expected, colorful, eclectic, with peculiar artifacts and paintings covering almost every surface. A half-completed edition of the Quibbler lay on a table beside a pot of something that smelled like mint and motor oil. "Tea," she offered. "Dad brought back some lovely leaves from his expedition to Mongolia. They cause mild prophetic visions, but only about household pets." "Just regular tea would be fine," Harry said, managing a small smile despite his turmoil. They settled in her cluttered sitting room, Luna preparing tea with serene efficiency while Harry gathered his thoughts. "You're carrying a future that hasn't happened," Luna observed casually, as though commenting on his choice of shoes. "It's making your edges blurry." Harry stared at her. "How could you possibly know that?" She shrugged, handing him a steaming cup. "I've always seen things others miss." "So, you've traveled through time?" The direct question broke the dam. Harry found himself telling her everything: the chase in the Ministry, the time device, waking in the dystopian future. He described Lord Erebus, the Resistance, the memory tree, and the horrifying realization that Erebus was his future self. Luna listened without interruption, occasionally nodding as though Harry was confirming something she'd already suspected. When he finally finished, she remained silent for several moments, stirring her tea thoughtfully. "Time doesn't like to be rewritten," she finally said. "It finds ways to maintain its preferred course. Like water flowing around rocks." "So you think it's hopeless? That I'll become Erebus no matter what?" She shook her head. "No. I think changing the future will be difficult, not impossible. The bigger the change you want, the more resistance you'll encounter." Erebus seemed certain the loop was fixed, Harry said. "That I would inevitably follow his path." "Of course he did," Luna replied. "His existence depended on it. But the very fact that an alternate version of you sent a message back suggests otherwise." Harry set down his cup, running a hand through his already messy hair. "I need to document everything I saw, everything I learned. Create a record I can refer to as time passes." "And you need a pensieve," Luna added. Memory fades and changes, especially over years. You'll want to preserve what you experienced exactly as it happened. She was right. Even now, Harry could feel certain details growing less distinct, the layout of the fortress, the exact wording of conversations with Erebus. I don't have access to one, Harry said. The Ministry has some, but I can't exactly explain why I need it. Hogwarts has one, Luna reminded him. And McGonagall would likely let you use it if you explained the situation. Tell McGonagall I'm destined to become a Dark Lord who destroys Hogwarts. Harry asked incredulously. Tell her you experienced an important vision of the future that you need to preserve, Luna suggested. She trusts you. It wasn't a bad idea. McGonagall had always been rational and discreet. If anyone could handle this information responsibly, it was her. There's something else, Harry said, remembering another crucial detail. In the future, Elara, a resistance fighter, told me to find her family when I returned. Her parents were Parvati Patil and Dean Thomas. Luna tilted her head. They're not together now, are they? No, apparently they get married a few years from now. Elara said she was born in 2007. So you have time, Luna observed. To build connections before they become important. Harry nodded slowly. I need to start mapping everything out. Create a timeline of what happens when, based on what I learned in the future. Identify the critical points where I can make different choices. And you need to prepare for the possibility that knowing the future changes it in unexpected ways, Luna cautioned. The moment you returned with this knowledge, you likely altered countless small events that will ripple outward. That was both reassuring and terrifying. Even his smallest actions now might unwittingly set him on or off the path to becoming Erebus. I don't know if I can do this alone, Harry admitted. Carry this knowledge for years, make all the right decisions, without telling the people closest to me. Luna regarded him with unexpected sharpness. You don't have to do it entirely alone. But choose your confidants carefully. Some knowledge is too heavy for certain souls to bear well. Harry understood her meaning. Ron and Hermione loved him, would do anything to help him, but telling them everything might forever change their relationships, might even prevent their future together. The burden of knowing could itself become a catalyst for unwanted changes. I'll help you, Luna offered simply. Whatever you need. Harry felt a wave of gratitude. Thank you, Luna. You don't know what that means. I think I do, she said, her dreamy smile returning. After all, I've apparently been helping you for quite some time, including in a future that now may never happen. The next morning, Harry visited Hogwarts. McGonagall received him in her office, Dumbledore's office still, in Harry's mind, with her usual brisk efficiency tempered by genuine warmth. Potter, what brings you here? Savage mentioned there was an incident at the Ministry yesterday. Harry took a deep breath. Professor, I need to use the pensieve. Something happened that I need to preserve accurately before memory deteriorates. McGonagall studied him over her square spectacles. This sounds rather serious, Potter. It is, he confirmed. I experienced something like a vision of the future. A very detailed, very concerning future that I may be able to prevent, but only if I remember it correctly. It wasn't the whole truth, but it wasn't entirely a lie either. McGonagall considered him for a long moment before nodding. Very well. I trust your judgment, Potter. The pensieve is available to you whenever you need it. She gestured to the cabinet where it was stored. I won't pry into the contents unless you wish to share them. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, relieved at her trust. There's one more thing. Is there a secure place here where I could store memories for the long term? Somewhere only I could access. McGonagall raised an eyebrow. Planning for contingencies, I see. She thought for a moment. The Room of Requirement might serve, though it's been temperamental since Crabbe's Fiendfire. There's also the Chamber of Secrets, though I understand that's rather unwelcoming. The chamber, Harry decided immediately. No one else can access it without Parseltongue, and even though I lost that ability when Voldemort's soul fragment was destroyed, I can still mimic the sound to open it. McGonagall nodded, clearly curious but respectfully not asking for details. Very well. Take whatever time you need with the Pensieve. I have matters to attend to elsewhere in the castle. After she left, Harry approached the familiar stone basin, feeling a complex mix of emotions. The last time he'd used a Pensieve had been in the future, viewing Erebus's manipulated memories of his fall to darkness. Working methodically, Harry extracted strand after silver strand of memory, everything from his arrival in 2028 to his dramatic return. Each memory he examined in the Pensieve first, ensuring it was complete, before placing it in a conjured vial. By the time he finished, a dozen crystal containers held the complete record of his temporal journey. Next, Harry created a second set of memories, more selective ones containing key information but not the full emotional impact or certain sensitive details about people's futures. These would be his reference set, while the complete memories would remain secured as a backup. The process took hours, leaving Harry mentally exhausted but satisfied. He now had a preserved, unalterable record of what he'd experienced. Even if his own memories faded or changed over time, these would remain pristine. McGonagall returned as Harry was finishing. Found what you needed, Potter? Yes, Professor. Thank you. Harry hesitated, then asked, do you believe the future can be changed? If you knew something terrible was coming, would trying to prevent it risk making it worse? McGonagall regarded him thoughtfully. An interesting philosophical question. I believe the future is neither entirely fixed nor completely malleable. Our choices matter, but so do the choices of others and the momentum of events already set in motion. She adjusted her spectacles. As for preventing catastrophe, I would say that knowing a potential future creates a responsibility to act, but with great caution. The most disastrous paths are often paved with good intentions. Like Dumbledore's plans, Harry murmured. Trying to control too much, arranging people's lives. Precisely, McGonagall agreed. Albus tried to orchestrate the future, and while his ultimate goal was achieved, the cost was perhaps higher than necessary. Sometimes the wisest action is creating conditions for better choices rather than controlling every outcome. Her insight struck Harry as profound. Perhaps the key wasn't micromanaging every detail of the future, but focusing on the fundamental shifts that would naturally lead to different outcomes. After securing his complete memory set in the Chamber of Secrets, a brief, eerie visit to the massive underground space where he'd once slain a basilisk, Harry returned to London with his reference vials and a clearer sense of purpose. He needed a secure place to work, to plan, to document. His small flat wouldn't do, too many visitors, too many chances for discovery. He needed somewhere private yet accessible. The answer came unexpectedly as he passed Grimmauld Place. The old Black family home still belonged to him, though he rarely visited since the war. It stood empty, protected by powerful enchantments, with space to work and the perfect hiding spots for sensitive materials. That evening, Harry began the painstaking process of creating a timeline. On a large enchanted parchment that expanded as needed, he plotted what he knew of the path to Erebus. 1999, Auror training begins 2001 to 2003, Coalition begins forming from former Death Eaters and sympathizers 2004 to 2005, Harry's growing frustration with Ministry restrictions 2006, formation of Harry's extra-legal intelligence group 2007, Elara Blackwood born to Parvati and Dean 2010 to 2012, Coalition gains political influence 2013, Hogsmeade massacre, Hermione tortured and killed 2013 to 2015. Harry's methods grow darker, relationship with Ginny deteriorates 2017, creation of Lord Erebus, persona to justify emergency powers 2018, Kingsley removed as minister 2019, Harry/Erebus consolidates power 2020, reveals himself as Erebus, eliminates opposition. The timeline continued through the establishment of the new regime, the Resistance, and eventually Harry's arrival in 2028. Seeing it laid out chronologically made the progression from hero to tyrant even more disturbing. a series of understandable reactions that, step by step, led to monstrous outcomes. But it also revealed opportunities. The coalition's formation could potentially be prevented or its influence diminished. The Hogsmeade massacre, the critical breaking point, might be avoided entirely. And even if worst came to worst, Harry now knew what to avoid if facing similar circumstances. Most importantly, he needed to establish safeguards against his own darker impulses. People who would recognize warning signs and have the authority or influence to intervene. Harry worked through the night, planning multiple contingencies for different scenarios. When dawn broke, he had the beginnings of a strategy, not just to prevent Erebus, but to create a genuinely better future than either the original timeline or Erebus's twisted version. The next few weeks passed in a blur of careful preparation. Harry returned to Auror training with a new perspective, observing the seeds of future problems. The Ministry's bureaucracy, which had seemed merely annoying before, now revealed itself as potentially dangerous, a system that could be manipulated by those with patience and resources, exactly as the future coalition would do. Harry connected with Luna regularly, sharing updates on his preparations without revealing certain specifics about people's personal futures. She helped him develop a magical journaling system that would alert him to potential divergences or convergences with the Erebus timeline. It's like a temporal compass, she explained, demonstrating the enchanted journal. When your actions align with the path toward Erebus, the pages will develop a subtle dark tinge. When you successfully diverge, they'll appear slightly golden. That's brilliant, Harry said, genuinely impressed. How did you manage it? I combined elements of a remembrall with prophecy-responsive parchment from the Department of Mysteries, she said casually, as though it were a simple craft project. The journal resonates with your temporal displacement signature. Harry decided not to ask how she'd acquired materials from the Department of Mysteries. Some things were better left unknown. His next priority was establishing connections with people who would be crucial in the altered timeline. Dean Thomas and Parvati Patil topped the list, not to interfere with their eventual relationship, but to ensure they knew Harry as someone they could trust when it mattered. Dean had returned to finish his newts at Hogwarts after the war and was now working as an illustrator for various wizarding publications. Harry, coincidentally, ran into him at a magical art exhibition in London. Harry. Didn't expect to see you here, Dean said, genuinely pleased. Figured you'd be too busy catching dark wizards to appreciate fine art. Harry grinned. I'm not all hexes and investigations. How's the illustrating career going? They fell into easy conversation, and Harry made sure to express sincere interest in Dean's work, eventually suggesting they meet occasionally for drinks. It was a small step, but an important one in establishing a friendship independent of their Hogwarts and DA connection. Parvati proved more challenging to approach naturally. After Hogwarts, she'd begun training as a journalist, working as a junior correspondent for Wizarding Wireless Network. Harry eventually manufactured a reason to give an interview about Auror recruitment, specifically requesting Parvati as the interviewer. I'm surprised you asked for me, she admitted before they began. I'm hardly the network's star reporter yet. I remember your writing from Hogwarts, Harry said truthfully. You always got to the heart of things, even when Umbridge tried to censor everyone. I trust you to report fairly. The interview went well, and afterward, Harry made a point of complimenting her insightful questions. We should catch up properly sometime, he suggested. Maybe with Lavender and some of the other DA members. Parvati agreed enthusiastically, and Harry had successfully laid another foundation for future trust. Gradually, Harry expanded his network of connections, strengthening bonds with people who would be important, not just Dean and Parvati, but others who had been part of the resistance in the future, Neville, who was studying advanced herbology, Luna, members of the DA who had skills that might prove valuable. Meanwhile, he used his position as an Auror trainee to gather intelligence on former Death Eaters and sympathizers who might eventually form the coalition. He was careful not to appear overly focused on them, but gathered data nonetheless, creating files that might prove crucial years later. 6 months after his return from the future, Harry faced his first major test, a raid on suspected dark artifact traffickers that, according to his timeline notes, included an early coalition organizer named Selwyn. In the original timeline, Selwyn had escaped due to insufficient evidence, later becoming instrumental in recruiting disillusioned purebloods to the cause. The raid was planned exactly as Harry remembered from his original experience, a frontal assault that would allow the suspects to destroy evidence or flee through secondary exits. In the original timeline, Harry had followed orders despite misgivings. This time, he spoke up during planning. "Sir, I've been studying the building's layout," he said to Robards. "There's a hidden cellar entrance from the adjacent property. If we don't cover it, they'll escape with the most important evidence." Robards frowned. "Our intelligence doesn't show any such entrance, Potter." "It wouldn't," Harry said, thinking quickly. "It's unplottable, probably established during the First Wizarding War as an escape route. My sources mentioned it." He couldn't exactly explain. He remembered Selwyn escaping through it in a timeline that no longer existed. After some convincing, Robards modified the plan. Harry and Savage were assigned to cover the secret entrance, which required Harry to discover it at the last minute through some conveniently applied revealing charms. When the raid commenced, events initially unfolded as Harry remembered, the suspects destroying evidence, heading for their escape routes. But this time, when Selwyn and two associates emerged from the hidden cellar exit, Harry and Savage were waiting. "Going somewhere?" Savage asked as they stunned and bound the shocked dark wizards. The contraband they were carrying provided the evidence needed for prosecution, and Selwyn was sentenced to 5 years in Azkaban, removing a key coalition founder from circulation during its critical formation period. That night, Harry opened his temporal journal to find the pages glowing with a faint golden hue. A successful divergence from the Erebus timeline. It was working. Years passed. Harry maintained his vigilance, consulting his preserved memories when necessary, making careful interventions when critical moments arose. The journal Luna had created proved invaluable, helping him identify which actions truly altered the timeline versus those that merely created superficial changes. By 2005, the differences were becoming noticeable. The organized coalition that had emerged in the original timeline remained fragmented, its potential leaders either imprisoned or neutralized through careful, legal means. Harry had risen through Auror ranks quickly but made a point of maintaining balanced relationships, refusing the workaholic tendencies that had isolated his future self. He maintained regular contact with Luna, who remained his primary confidant, though he'd been careful never to reveal specific details about her own future, the loss of her arm, her role in the resistance. Some foreknowledge was too burdensome to share. His friendship with Ron and Hermione remained strong, though sometimes Harry found himself watching them with a painful awareness of what could have been, Hermione's tortured death, Ron's bitter transformation into a resistance leader. In this timeline, they married in 2004, just as they had in the original, and both pursued successful ministry careers, Ron eventually joining George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes as before. Harry's relationship with Ginny developed differently than in the memories he'd seen. More open communication, less secrecy. They married in 2003, and Harry made a conscious effort to separate work from home life, to never bring the darkness of his Auror work into their relationship. As predicted in the original timeline, Dean and Parvati did eventually connect romantically, marrying in 2006. Harry attended their wedding with genuine joy, knowing what their future child would mean to him in a timeline that now would never exist. When Alara was born in 2007, Harry sent a particularly thoughtful gift, establishing himself as a friendly uncle figure in her life from the beginning. The most challenging aspect was maintaining his course over years without growing complacent. Human memory faded, even with preserved pensive recordings, the emotional impact of witnessing Erebus's reign diminished with time. The temporal journal helped, but Harry established additional safeguards, regular checkpoints, where he reviewed his progress and realigned his efforts. By 2012, the approaching date of the Hogsmeade massacre loomed large in Harry's awareness. According to his timeline, it would occur in spring 2013. Despite all his efforts to disrupt the coalition's formation, some version of it had still coalesced, smaller, less influential, but present. Harry couldn't be certain they wouldn't still attempt something similar to the original attack. He increased his vigilance, using his now considerable influence as a senior Auror to enhance security around Hogsmeade during Hogwarts visit weekends. He arranged for Hermione to be assigned protective details during her public appearances without explaining the real reason. He made sure Neville, now Hogwarts herbology professor, was trained in advanced defensive techniques. As the critical date approached, Harry struggled with increasing anxiety. Should he manufacture a crisis to cancel Hogsmeade visits entirely? Should he warn Hermione and Ron directly, finally revealing everything? The temptation to control events completely, to become the chess master Dumbledore had been, grew stronger. During a particularly difficult night of indecision, Luna visited his office at the Ministry, somehow sensing his turmoil as she often did. "You're trying to hold the future too tightly," she observed, perching on the edge of his desk. "Like trying to carry water in clenched fists." Harry ran a hand through his hair, now showing the first traces of grey at 32. The Hogsmeade date is 3 weeks away. In the original timeline, it's when everything goes wrong. When Hermione, he couldn't finish the sentence. Luna nodded. "And you've done everything possible to prevent it. The coalition is fractured. Security is enhanced. You've created a different world than the one that produced that event. But what if it's not enough?" Harry demanded. "What if I've just changed the form but not the substance? What if Hermione still, then you'll face it differently than Erebus did," Luna interrupted gently. "Because you are different now. You've spent years preparing not just to prevent one event, but to be a better Harry Potter regardless of what happens." Her words struck home. He had been focusing so intensely on preventing the specific catalyst that he'd nearly lost sight of the larger goal, ensuring he never became Erebus, regardless of what tragedies might still occur. "You're right," Harry admitted. "I can't control everything. I need to trust that the changes I've made are enough, and if not, that I'm strong enough to choose differently than he did." Luna smiled. "Now you understand. The opposite of Erebus isn't a Harry who prevents all bad things from happening. It's a Harry who responds to them with wisdom rather than vengeance." The day of the potential massacre arrived with perfect spring weather. Harry had arranged to be in Hogsmeade personally, coordinating security while trying to appear casual. Hermione was visiting to discuss educational reforms with Neville and other Hogwarts staff. Ron was helping George with a special demonstration at Zonko's, which Weasley's wizard Wheezes had recently acquired. Everything seemed normal, yet Harry couldn't shake his tension. He positioned Auror strategically throughout the village, with particular concentration near the 3 broomsticks where Hermione's meeting would take place. Mid-morning, his enchanted Auror badge vibrated, the signal for suspicious activity. Harry's heart raced as he received the location, the edge of the village near Dervish and Banjas. He operated immediately to find 2 of his Aurors engaged with 4 hooded figures attempting to establish what appeared to be ward-breaking charms around the village. "Freeze! Aurors!" Harry shouted, wand already moving through complex defensive patterns. The hooded figures turned, firing curses that confirmed their hostile intent. Unlike the organized, tactically sound coalition members from Erebus's memories, these attackers seemed disorganized, almost desperate in their assault. Harry deflected a cutting curse and responded with a concentrated stunning spell that dropped one attacker immediately. His Aurors coordinated smoothly, years of enhanced training paying off as they contained and neutralized the threat within minutes. "Check for others," Harry ordered, binding the stunned attackers. "This may be just the advance team." A thorough sweep of the village perimeter revealed 3 more infiltrators, all neutralized before they could implement whatever plan they developed. None carried the specific dark curse that had killed Hermione in the alternate timeline. By evening, the threat had been completely eliminated, the attackers identified as remnants of the fragmented coalition. Their plan, revealed under Veritasrum questioning, had indeed been to target the village during the student visit, but their capabilities had fallen far short of the organized terror attack of Harry's memories. That night, Harry opened his temporal journal to find the pages glowing with the brightest golden light he'd ever seen. The critical divergence point had been navigated successfully. For the first time in years, Harry allowed himself to truly believe he had changed the future. The next decade brought continued vigilance but decreasing anxiety. As the timeline progressed beyond the events Harry had witnessed in his temporal journey, each year without Erebus's emergence felt like a victory. In 2018, when Kingsley Shacklebolt announced his retirement as Minister for Magic, Harry found himself unexpectedly nominated as a potential successor. It was a crucial test. In Erebus's timeline, political power had been the final corrupting influence. After careful consideration and consultation with Luna, Harry declined the nomination, instead supporting Hermione's candidacy. When she was elected Britain's youngest Minister for Magic, Harry felt another timeline shift solidify. Power had flowed to someone with the wisdom to use it justly, not to someone vulnerable to its corrupting influence. By 2025, the wizarding world had developed in ways Harry could scarcely have imagined during his dark glimpse of 2028. Under Hermione's leadership, magical and Muggle relations had cautiously improved, with controlled collaboration in areas like environmental protection and medical research. The pure-blood extremism that had fueled both Voldemort and the potential coalition had gradually faded as younger generations embraced more inclusive values. Harry himself had eventually transitioned from active Auror duty to teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, finding fulfillment in preparing a new generation to protect themselves. His classes were popular not just for his famous name but for his practical, empathetic approach to the subject. Elara Blackwood, now 18 and bearing a striking resemblance to her mother Parvati, had just graduated Hogwarts with top marks in magical law. Unlike the battle-hardened resistance fighter of the alternate timeline, this Elara had grown up in peace, her natural intelligence and determination channeled into academic achievement rather than survival skills. Harry watched her development with bittersweet awareness, sometimes catching glimpses of the fierce warrior she might have become under different circumstances. He had maintained a special mentorship with her, recognizing her innate talents and encouraging her development without ever revealing why she held such significance to him. On an unseasonably warm April evening in 2026, Harry found himself walking the Hogwarts grounds, reflecting on the approaching date that had once marked his arrival in a nightmarish future. Tomorrow, April 2, 2026, would have been the day he materialized in Erebus's dystopia. Instead, he stood in a peaceful, thriving magical world that bore no resemblance to that dark potential. As twilight settled over the castle, Harry spotted a familiar figure by the lake, Luna, now in her mid-40s but still radiating the same ethereal presence, her long silver blonde hair catching the fading light. She waved when she saw him, as though their meeting was entirely expected rather than coincidental. "You remembered the date," she said as he joined her by the water's edge. Harry nodded. "Hard to forget the day you discover you're destined to become a Dark Lord." "We're destined," Luna corrected gently. Past tense. "Yes," Harry agreed, watching the giant squid lazily break the lake's surface. It's strange to think that tomorrow, in another timeline, would have appeared in a fortress built on Hogwarts ruins. But here, students will simply attend their classes, complain about homework, and sneak to Hogsmeade when they shouldn't, Luna said with a smile. A much better alternative. Harry glanced at her left arm, whole, undamaged, never lost in a massacre that never occurred. So many lives changed, so much suffering prevented. "I've been thinking," he said slowly, "about what happens now. For 27 years, I've lived with the knowledge of what could happen, used it to guide my choices. But after tomorrow, I'll be in uncharted territory." Luna considered this. "That's true for everyone, Harry. We all face futures without maps. You've just been unusual in having one for a while." "I suppose that's true," Harry acknowledged. "I've relied on that map for so long, though. What if, without it, I somehow still make choices that lead to darkness?" "Do you still consult your temporal journal?" Luna asked. Harry nodded. "Less frequently than before, but yes. The pages have remained golden for years now. And do you still review your preserved memories?" Annually, Harry confirmed. To remind myself of what's at stake. Luna smiled. Then you have your safeguards. But more importantly, you've spent nearly 3 decades becoming a different Harry Potter than the one who would become Erebus. Your instincts, your responses, your very nature has been shaped by conscious choice. She picked up a smooth stone and skipped it across the lake. Besides, you have something Erebus never did. What's that? People who know the truth. People who would recognize the warning signs and have the courage to intervene. She gave him a meaningful look. I wouldn't let you become Erebus, Harry. Neither would Ginny, or your children, or any of the students whose lives you've touched. The simple truth of her statement washed over Harry with profound relief. He had never been truly alone in this burden, not since that first night when he'd appeared on Luna's doorstep with an impossible story of time travel. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. For believing me when it sounded insane, for helping me stay the course all these years. Luna's smile widened. That's what friends are for. Helping each other avoid becoming Dark Lords. Harry laughed, feeling lighter than he had in years. Not exactly what they teach in Friendship 101. They stood in comfortable silence as darkness fell completely, stars emerging in the clear spring sky above Hogwarts. I wonder sometimes, Harry admitted, about that other Harry, the one from the memory Elara showed me in Erebus's lab. The one who claimed to have broken the cycle and become a professor here. If he exists somewhere in another timeline. I imagine he does, Luna said dreamily. And I imagine he stands beside a lake just like this one, wondering about you. The thought was strangely comforting, parallel selves, each having found their way back from the brink of darkness, each creating better worlds than the one they'd glimpsed. Tomorrow, Harry said decisively, I'm going to teach my classes, have dinner with Ginny, and not think about temporal paradoxes or alternate selves at all. Luna laughed softly. A worthy ambition. Though I suspect temporal paradoxes might occasionally think about you. As they walked back toward the castle, Harry felt a chapter closing, not just in his personal history, but in the history of a future that would never come to pass. Tomorrow would arrive without Lord Erebus. Without a dystopian fortress. Without resistance fighters battling enforcers. Instead, there would simply be Hogwarts. Students. Learning. Life continuing as it should. And that, Harry reflected, was the greatest victory imaginable. Epilogue, April 2, 2028. Harry stood at the entrance to Platform 9 3/4, watching families bid farewell to students returning to Hogwarts after Easter holidays. His own children were grown now, James working as a cursebreaker, Albus completing healer training, Lily in her final year at Hogwarts. This exact date, 30 years after Voldemort's defeat, 29 years after Harry's accidental time journey, had once marked his arrival in Erebus's dystopia. Today, it was simply a pleasant spring morning, remarkable only for the standard chaos of the Hogwarts Express departure. Professor Potter. A voice called out. Harry turned to see Elara Blackwood approaching, her ministry robes marking her recent appointment to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Reform Division. Elara, Harry greeted warmly. Seeing someone off. My cousin Julian, she explained. 5th year. Absolutely certain he's too grown up to need family at the platform, but Aunt insisted I check on him. She rolled her eyes affectionately. Harry smiled, remembering the Julian Blackwood of the other timeline, the teenager demonstrating controlled fiendfire for Erebus's academy. This Julian was just a normal Ravenclaw student, talented at charms and hopeless at potions. How's the ministry treating you? He asked. Brilliantly. Minister Granger Weasley approved my proposal for integrating more Muggle-inspired due process protections into wizarding trials. Elara's eyes shone with the passion Harry remembered from her alternate self, but directed toward reform rather than resistance. Not surprising, Harry said. Hermione's been pushing for judicial reform since she took office. I know I've said this before, Elara continued, but I really appreciate all your mentorship over the years, Professor. I'm not sure I would have had the confidence to pursue this path without it. If only she knew. You would have found your way, Harry assured her. Some people are destined to make a difference, regardless of circumstances. The train whistle blew, signaling 5 minutes until departure. I'd better find Julian and make sure he actually boards, Elara said with a laugh. See you at the next Order of Merlin committee meeting. Wouldn't miss it, Harry promised. As she disappeared into the crowd, Harry felt a presence beside him. Luna arrived to see her own twin sons off to school. Significant day, she observed quietly. Harry nodded. 2 years beyond when I visited the future. Officially in uncharted territory now. How does it feel? He considered the question, looking around at the peaceful, ordinary scene, parents hugging children, students chatting excitedly, owls hooting in cages. Like victory, he finally said. Not the dramatic kind with wands drawn and curses flying, but the quiet kind that really matters. Luna smiled her dreamy smile. The best kind of victory is the one where most people never know there was a battle at all. The Hogwarts Express gave its final whistle. Harry watched as the last students boarded, the doors closed, and the great scarlet engine pulled away from the platform. In another timeline, this day might have marked Lord Erebus at the height of his power, ruling through fear from a fortress built on Hogwarts ruins. Instead, it was just another school day in a world where children learned magic safely, where Dark Lords remained historical figures rather than present threats. Harry touched the enchanted journal in his pocket, a habit maintained over decades. Though he couldn't see it, he knew the pages would be glowing golden, confirming what he already understood in his heart. He had rewritten destiny. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.